Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, we're diving into lore and the invasion of Medusa. Before I get into that, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
Medusa did not cradle life. It abraded it, starved it, froze it, burned it, and then demanded the survivors crawl higher. Beneath a sky the color of old iron, the world ground its teeth. Mountain chains shifted in the dark like wounded beasts beneath a hide of black stone. Volcanoes spat white flame into the low clouds. Geysers of superheated vapor screamed from the ground without warning, flaying skin from bone and leaving men boiled inside their own armor. Across the Felgarthi steppe, knife winds came shrieking down from the high ridges with enough force to strip paint from ceramite and tear weaker shelters into glittering fragments. Snow fell, but never cleanly. It came grey with ash, hot on one side and frozen on the other, as though even the weather could not decide which method of murder pleased it most. The tribes of Medusa endured because they had learned not to ask for mercy. They crawled between the carcasses of machines older than the Imperium, beneath the ribs of dead engines and the shadows of broken crawler forts whose names had been eaten by rust. Men wrapped themselves in wire, hide, scrap plate, and prayer sigil, not because such things saved them, but because bare flesh was an insult offered to the planet. Children learned to bind wounds with cable before they learned to speak complete sentences. The old died only when their bodies could no longer obey necessity. The weak died long before the Iron Hands ever looked upon them. That was as it should be. Veteran Sergeant Cale Morvox stood upon a ridge of black diorite and watched the aspirants climb. The Uranus rocks rose before him like the exposed vertebrae of some buried god machine, slick with frozen chemical runoff and dusted with radioactive ash. The stone was hard enough to break drill heads. Its edges were glass sharp. Stormlight crawled over its upper spurs in pulses of blue-white venom, and each pulse made Morvox's autosenses dim and correct. Rad interference hissed across his helm display. His left eye, the one that had never been born of flesh, adjusted without irritation. His right eye had been removed before it had time to become a liability. Below him, the boys climbed. They were Medusan-born, lean, scarred, half-starved things with iron hooks strapped to their palms and crude rebreathers bolted over their mouths. Their limbs trembled from cold, poison, and exhaustion. None of them had eaten since the previous sundown. None had slept. The trial was not designed to measure strength in comfort. Comfort was a lie told on softer worlds by those already marked for extinction. Morvox watched them through layers of tactical data: heart rates, breath cycles, radiation exposure, muscle failure, panic response. One aspirant, a narrow-shouldered boy with clan scars cut into his scalp, had climbed farther than expected. His fingers were split to the bone. Blood froze in black ridges along his wrists. He dragged himself upward with the patience of a damaged machine, hooking iron into cracks, hauling, pausing, hauling again. Another aspirant below him slipped and vanished screaming into the storm murk. Morvox did not look after him. The fall had made its judgment. The narrow-shouldered boy reached for an overhang. The stone broke under his hook. He struck the slope hard enough to snap one thigh backwards. He bounced, spun, slammed against a lower shelf, and came to rest with both legs bent at angles no human frame could make useful. His rebreather shattered against the rock. He sucked Medusa's air directly into his lungs and began to choke. The blood that came from his mouth steamed as it ran down his chin. The other aspirants did not stop. Morvox descended 3 paces, the servos in his legs murmuring beneath black ceramite. The boy saw him approach and tried to salute. His arm moved only halfway before pain consumed the gesture. "Lord," the boy rasped, "I can still climb." Morvox looked at the ruined legs. Bone shone through torn skin. One foot twitched without command, its nerves firing useless signals through meat already condemned. The boy's pulse was frantic. His eyes were bright with terror, hope, and the pathetic chemical delirium by which flesh begged to continue existing. "The flesh has made its report," Morvox said. The boy's expression broke before his discipline did. Morvox turned away. A neophyte monitor, little more than a servitor with a child's skull plated in brass, recorded the failure and transmitted it to the clan tally. The boy would die on the rocks unless another aspirant chose to waste strength retrieving him. None did. That was also recorded. Morvox had expected nothing else. His helm vox clicked. Static came first, then Binharik shrieking, so distorted it resembled teeth grinding inside a metal box. Morvox halted. Across his visor, the clan rune of Dorvok flashed once, then bled into warning amber. "Report," he said. The answer came from Scout Helot Ver, stationed far to the south along the edge of the Felgarthi steppe. The mortal's voice was tight with controlled terror, which meant he still possessed enough discipline to be useful. "Veteran Sergeant, remote Auspex Shrine Cala 7 has ceased clean transmission. Servitor choir emitting corrupted machine cant. Shrine attendants unresponsive. We have visual fragments. Transmit." The feed entered Morvox's helm in jagged bursts. He saw a low tower of black iron half buried in ice and ash. Its auger veins twitched against the storm, turning without wind. Inside, the servitor choir hung from cranial jacks before banks of Auspex machinery. They had been men once. Now they were spinal columns, grey skin, augmetic sockets, and mouths sewn into usefulness. Black lubricant poured from their eye sockets. Not oil, not any blessed machine unguent catalogued in the forge rites. It came thick and clotted, pulsing down their cheeks in ropes. Their mouths opened and closed around broken Binharik. Teeth snapped. One skull port sparked, then burned. The servitor's scalp split as heat built beneath the cranial plate, and cooked brain matter bubbled out through the seams. The thing continued chanting while its thoughts boiled. Morvox listened. The cant was wrong. It mimicked praise. It wore the rhythm of machine prayer like stolen skin. Beneath the static he heard wet clicking, a slow bell, and something that might have been laughter filtered through lungs full of grave water. "Containment status," he said. Scout Helot Ver hesitated. Morvox marked the hesitation. "Speak." "We dispatched a proximity drone. It failed within 33 heartbeats. Its picked feed showed movement in the snowfield surrounding the shrine. Bodies, clan tribe, unknown designation, all deceased, arranged in pattern." The feed shifted. The dead lay in a spiral upon the frozen ground, placed with deliberate care. Men, boys, old warriors, all stripped of furs and scrap armor. Their skin had gone waxen and swollen. Bionics jutted from them in states of impossible corrosion, not simply rusted but flowering, metal blooming into fungal growths like iron had learned to rot as meat did. Augmetic fingers had opened into clusters of black petals. Brass jaw plates dripped green fluid. One body had a steel rib cage split outward, every strut furred with mold. The spiral turned sevenfold around a central corpse. That corpse had been a clan shaman, judging by the bone-cog charms fused into his beard. His chest had burst open. Inside, where lungs should have been, a swollen nest pulsed beneath the ribs. Flies crawled there, fat and wet, their wings slick with blood. Medusa had no native flies. Medusa froze small softness, poisoned it, or burned it out of the air. These flies moved as though the cold adored them. 2 survivors knelt beyond the spiral, held at gunpoint by Dorvok scouts. Their faces were wrapped in bloody cloth. One rocked back and forth, whispering. The other had already cut off his own left hand and was trying to saw through the stump of his wrist with a flint blade. "Exposure?" Morvox asked. "Confirmed by proximity," said Ver. "No breach in our armor seals. We request extraction and interrogation authority." "Denied." There was silence. Morvox looked back toward the aspirants climbing the Uranus rocks. They were small black marks against a hateful world, dragging themselves toward judgment. The wind screamed around them. One had stopped moving. Another climbed over him. "Burn the tribe," Morvox said. "All remains, all effects, all ground beneath them to a depth of 2 meters. Execute the witnesses. Execute the scout who touched the witness. Quarantine your own squad and await purity assessment." Ver's voice lost a measure of breath. "Veteran Sergeant, the witnesses may know where the infection came from. If they know, they are compromised. If they do not know, they are useless. Compliance." A pause. Compliance. The feed remained open long enough for Morvox to hear the first gunshot, then the second. Then Prometheum ignited with a hungry roar, and the spiral of dead became a white furnace beneath the black sky. Fat burst. Frozen organs split. Bionic limbs twitched in the flames as if trying to crawl away from their own owners. Something inside the shaman's chest screamed with the voices of insects. Morvox closed the feed. The clan channel filled with data a moment later. Other reports. Minor failures. Impossible corrosion in Auspex spines. False returns from dead mountains. Subdermal augmetics seizing among labor thralls near tectonic stations. A crawler convoy vanishing under clear conditions and reappearing on no map, its distress beacon transmitting devotional static from below the crust. Medusa was vast in its malice, but it was not subtle. This was something else. "Trial suspended," Morvox voxed. The aspirants still living froze where they clung to the rock. "Descend," he ordered. "Those who fall are rejected. Those who survive will be armed." One aspirant looked down toward the broken boy still lying on the lower shelf. The boy's eyes remained open. He had not died quickly. His lips moved around prayers to the Emperor, to Ferrus Manus, to whatever hard thing might hear him on that ridge. "Leave him," Morvox said. The aspirant obeyed. Above them, beyond clouds scabbed with ash and lightning, the orbital Auspex stations began to die by fractions. Morvox received the first void feed through the clan noosphere as he crossed the ridge toward his waiting gunship. The craft squatted on landing claws, black and brutal, its hull marked with the Iron Hand and the numerals of old campaigns rendered in clan script. Its engines snarled against the storm. Servitors stood locked into its side recesses, their faces frost-burned, their organic remnants trembling with each machine pulse. The feed was not meant for line warriors. It came fragmented, authority-locked, spilling across channels because something had forced the system to shout before it choked. The Telstarax had spoken. High above Medusa, where broken orbital mass and ancient wreckage haunted the world like a crown of dead giants, the ruined structure shuddered in its long silence. It was older than most Imperial records, a vast and crippled thing of metal, shadow, and half-understood purpose. The Iron Hands watched it always. They distrusted every relic they had not mastered and coveted every relic they had not broken. Now its dead emitters pulsed with light. Not a clean pulse, not blessed data. It uttered machine prayer in a cadence close enough to sacred form to insult every tech marine who heard it. The cant praised function while corrupting meaning. It invoked the omnissiah with infected syntax. It offered calculations that summed to rot. In the orbital shrine station of Karashi Watch, 3 tech marines knelt before a noospheric altar of brass, bone, and adamantium. Morvox saw them through a picked splinter as the false prayer washed over their systems. One tore the data cables from his own neck before they could carry the corruption deeper. Another drove a mechadendrite through the skull of an attendant whose mouth had begun repeating the Telstarak's cant. The third looked up into the feed and spoke with a voice scraped flat by machine discipline. Mass shadow anomalies beyond stable auger range, impossible displacement, warp residue heavy, contact signatures concealed behind magneto-etheric interference. Something moves in the dark. The feed blinked. For a single moment, Morvox saw the void beyond Medusa. A moon hung there, small and scarred, lit by distant fire. Then a wall of corpse-green fog rolled across the blackness and swallowed it whole. Morvox's gunship lifted, engines hammering. The Uranus rocks fell away beneath him. Aspirants descended like insects on a blade. The broken boy was no longer visible beneath the storm. Within the eye of Medusa, buried in iron and black stone, the Iron Council woke by degrees. Morvox was not present in the council chamber, but the noospheric shock of its awakening passed through the clan net like a cold blade. Ancient minds stirred in sarcophagi. Dreadnought Iron Fathers, entombed heroes and tyrants of the chapter's long memory, dragged themselves from stasis into wrath. Amniotic fluids heated. Reactor cores climbed from devotional slumber to war output. Machine spirits protested, then obeyed. Their voices entered the noosphere as grinding vox static, each one layered with centuries of contempt. Source, vector, enemy designation, purge calculus. No single command voice answered them. Cardan Stronos was not yet upon Medusa. His absence passed unspoken through the clan data web, not as fear, but as adjustment. The Iron Hands did not require comfort from central authority. Each clan company began its own defense equation. Dorvox sealed recruitment zones and armed its neophytes. Harmech lit the outer guns of the Gorgon's forge. Garsak moved armor into ash passes. Raukan hardened routes toward the eye. Every clan became a separate fist closing around a separate throat. Morvox approved. Unity was efficient when proven. Until then, independent brutality was preferable to coordinated hesitation. His gunship cut south across the Felgarthi steppe. Beneath him, the land convulsed. Cracks opened in the ash. Blue fire licked from volcanic vents. Herds of gaunt, plated Medusan beasts ran until the ground ate them. A crawler fort, the size of a manufactorum, dragged itself across the horizon, its engines roaring, its clan banners snapping in the poisoned gale. Mortals looked up as the Iron Hands passed and made the sign of the cog across their chests. Morvox felt nothing. Feeling was data without discipline. The Vox died. For 3 heartbeats, there was only the engine howl and the pulse of his own armor systems. Then every channel opened at once. Bells tolled through the void. Slow bells, funeral bells, ship bells, temple bells. Bells drowned in water and dragged through meat. Coughing followed, multiplied until it became weather. Laughter came beneath it, wet and patient, packed with phlegm and flies. The voices of dead Imperial ships spoke in layered transmission, some ancient, some recent, some using codes retired before Morvox's flesh had first been cut. phrase emerged from the filth, repeated in a million plague throats. "The Traveller comes." Morvok stood in the gunship hold. Around him, Dorvok battle brothers checked bolters, charged plasma coils, tested chainblade teeth, and sealed war helms with hard clicks. No one asked who the Traveller was. Only the ignorant needed names to recognize damnation. The first torpedoes came through the corpse-green fog like falling cathedrals. Medusa's orbital guns fired. Lance beams cut upward in white spears. Defense lasers carved one torpedo open, spilling rot, bone, and burning metal into the upper atmosphere. Another died beneath macro cannon fire, bursting into a rain of plague shrapnel that ignited in green flame. The rest did not descend upon fortress, forge, or city. They struck the fault lines. Across Medusa, the world answered with agony. Tectonic wounds split open in lines of incandescent red. Mountains groaned and shifted. Volcanic pressure surged through old veins beneath the crust. Geysers became fountains of diseased steam. Ash clouds billowed upward, stained green from within. The planet that had spent all its existence trying to kill mankind had been given a new language of murder. Morvox watched a distant ridge rupture from end to end. Something foul rose from the crack with the heat, a vapor thick as spoiled breath. It rolled across the black stone, and where it touched the ground, frost curdled, metal pitted, and dead things beneath the ash began to move. His armor registered toxin forms it could not name. His organic lung tightened. His augmetic lung compensated. The gunship pilot voxed through clenched Binharik. "Orders, Veteran Sergeant." Morvox looked out upon the steppe as Medusa vomited plague into its own sky. For the first time that day, the world seemed almost pleased. "Arm all neophytes who survived the descent," he said. "Recall the scouts from Purity Isolation if they can still stand. Mark infected zones for fire. Signal Clan Dorvok that hostile intent is confirmed." The pilot waited. Morvox's hand closed around his bolter. "And transmit to all clan frequencies," he said. "The enemy has entered judgment." The gunship banked toward war, and beneath it Medusa screamed. The Terminus Est did not sail through the void as other ships sailed. It endured. It moved like a diseased moon dragged by hatred. Its corpse-coloured hull swollen with armour plates, spires, corpse bells, ruptured cathedral arches, and rusted gun decks older than the screams of many worlds. Vapour bled from it in green streamers. Its engine wake did not shine cleanly, but festered in the dark, leaving behind clouds of luminous spores and particulate filth that clung to the void as though vacuum itself had grown fevered. Around it came the Plague Fleet, a procession of dead iron, broken icons, and warships that should have perished 10,000 times over. Their prows were split like jaws. Their lance batteries dripped with frozen corruption. Their hangar mouths gaped open, exhaling corpse fog, boarding craft, and flies. Within the Terminus Est, the air was old enough to hate breathing things. Bulkheads sweated pus through seams of oxidized brass. Cables hung from the vaulting like exposed veins, pulsing with engine light and thick black fluids. Sensors swung from chains of bone and iron, burning corpse fat in slow blue flames. The smoke crawled rather than rose. It slithered across the deck plates, pooled beneath rusted grates, and coiled around the boots of the plague marines standing in silence along the nave. The command sanctum had once been a bridge. Now it was a cathedral carcass. Its ceiling vanished into darkness, where bells hung in layered circles. Some were bronze, some were iron. Some were made from the helms of loyalist captains beaten into hollow shapes. They tolled without hands. 7 peals, then silence. 7 peals, then silence. The rhythm passed through armor, marrow, machine, and soul, until time itself seemed to limp in obedience to the count. Crew thralls rotted at their stations without dying. They sat wired into thrones of corrosion, spines opened, skulls crowned with vox spikes, fingers worn down to bone against rune keys slick with their own fluids. Some had no eyes, some had too many. One had swollen until his torso fused with the console before him. His ribs groaned through the brasswork like tree roots through grave soil. His mouth worked constantly, whispering coordinates between strings of wet laughter. Lord Septivar Vol watched them with mild approval. They were ugly things. They were useful things. That was enough. Vol stood among the gathered commanders beneath the shadow of the great plague icon. His armor had once been the color of old bone. Now it was green, brown, black, and nameless shades between, layered in crusted filth and swollen with blessings. His helm was horned and split by a vertical grill that breathed vapor with each exhalation. Flies moved beneath the lenses. His right pauldron bore the fly mark of the plague god, carved deep into ceramite and packed with dried blood. His left gauntlet rested on the pommel of a plague blade, whose edge whispered against the deck, impatient. Around him waited the Invasion Council. Blight Lord champions stood in slabs of Terminator plate, their combi bolters hanging like relic cannons in their fists. Chain fists snarled softly. Flails of corruption dragged links through the muck, each iron weight swollen with meat, tooth, and old poison. Beside them lurched a biologous putrefier in a cloud of yellow vapor, glass canisters clinking from his harness, each vessel containing a different promise of ruin. His injector gauntlet flexed and dripped. He muttered into a recording skull, cataloguing atmospheric tolerances, projected tissue collapse rates, augmetic corrosion probabilities, and the anticipated resistance of Medusan gene stock. A tallyman crouched at a lectern of bone, scratching future deaths into strips of flayed skin with a quill taken from something that had once been a wing. He counted softly. 1 for the first breath, 7 for the first wound, 70 for the first breach, 700 for the first lie of strength. The Purge commanders waited apart from the rest. Their armor was dark, corroded, and marked by the doctrine of extermination. They did not sway in joy at decay. They did not murmur thanks for rot's abundance. Their silence was colder than devotion. They hated life with a disciplined, absolute purity that even Vol found admirable in its sterility. Their leader, helm crowned in pitted iron, kept his gauntlets folded over the casing of a chem dispersal trigger as though it were a holy relic. Farther back stood the cleaved. They made no sound. Their armor was pale and sealed, leaking black oil from every joint. It ran down their greaves and pooled beneath them, thick and reflective, though nothing in the chamber was clean enough to reflect. No flies circled them. No thralls approached them. They gave the impression not of warriors waiting to be ordered, but of suits of armor occupied by something that had forgotten the need to move. When one of them turned its helm, the motion was slow, underwater, and wrong. Then the bells stopped. Every voice died with them. Typhus entered. He did not stride. He advanced as a plague advances, inevitable and unhurried, making all haste seem childish. Cataphracti plate encased him, swollen by corruption, draped in chains, censers, bone charms, and the trophies of centuries. The destroyer hive crawled around him in a black shimmer. It moved across his armor, entered rents, emerged from vents, clustered around his horned helm, then scattered as if amused by the thoughts of lesser beings. His man-reaper rested in one massive hand, its blade long, cruel, and wet with old infection. Wherever its haft touched the deck, rust flowered outward. Vol bowed his head. So did the others, save the cleaved, who only continued to leak. Typhus took his place before the hololithic pit. The image within did not show Medusa cleanly. It showed a knot of black stone, storm, orbiting wreckage, and violent magnetic ghosts. A world of iron hatred. A world that had scoured its sons until they mistook mutilation for purity. For a long moment, Typhus said nothing. The bells resumed, softer now, as if listening. They fled into iron because they feared decay, Typhus said. His voice was deep, wet, and calm. We will teach the iron to bloom. Vol felt satisfaction stir beneath the layers of rot packed around his hearts. The hololith shifted. Medusa magnified. The Gorgon's forge flared in red. The eye of Medusa became a cold white wound. Spukari pulsed as a region of shadow, ruins, and old machine sins. The Telsterax flickered above the world like a half-blind god. Typhus raised one clawed finger. We do not come to hold their stone. We do not come to sit upon their iron chairs. We do not come to count their tribes and call them ours. His helm turned slightly, lenses passing over each commander in turn. Conquest is a crude appetite. Any warlord may gorge upon it. We come to wound memory. The tallyman scratched faster. The Gorgon's forge will be struck, Typhus continued. Not to seize every relic, to make them seal what they worship. The eye of Medusa will be touched, not to break every council seat, to make their elders fear their own sarcophagi. Spukari will awaken, not fully, enough. The ruins beneath the shadow remember songs that were buried before the corpse emperor was enthroned. We will give them new hymns. The Biologus putrefier gave a delighted rattle and turned a valve on one of his canisters. Something inside the glass pressed a face against it from within, though it had no face a heartbeat before. Vol watched Medusa rotate in the pit. He had fought many worlds, hive worlds that screamed as they burned, shrine worlds that prayed until their tongues rotted out, forge worlds whose proud engines became nurseries for plague. But Medusa had a taste unlike those. It was hate compressed into geology. It was a chapter's wound made planetary. The Iron Hands had carved themselves in its image and then called the result strength. He wanted to see what happened when that image softened. The Purge commander stepped forward. His voice came through his helm as a dry rasp, stripped of reverence. The atmosphere can be rendered terminal. With full dispersal, all exposed life expires. With sustained release, sealed populations fail within days. With orbital saturation, nothing breathes. His gauntlet tightened on the chem trigger. Permit total poisoning. Medusa becomes silent. Several plague marines chuckled. The sound was like corpses shifting in a pit. Typhus did not laugh. A dead world accuses once, he said. A living wound speaks forever. The world breeds warriors, said the Purge commander. Let it cease breeding. It will breed fear, Typhus replied. It will breed quarantine. It will breed doubt in iron hearts that thought doubt excised. The sons of Manus will build walls on their own homeworld and stand guard over what they could not cleanse. That is a better silence. The Purge commander stood rigid. Hatred radiated from him, precise and poisonous. For a moment Vol wondered if he would argue again. He did not. Compliance, the Purge commander said, and the word tasted like venom forced down a throat. Typhus turned toward the cleaved. The black oil beneath them trembled. Spukari, he said. One of the cleaved inclined its helm by the smallest measure. The ruins will know you. There are cult signals sleeping beneath the stone. There are geometries written in fault and shadow. Walk where walls remember slaughter. Answer the places where architecture has become invocation. Open only what must be opened. No response came. The cleaved did not need to acknowledge command in a language meant for lungs. Typhus faced Vol. Septivar Vol. Vol knelt with a grinding of corrupted servos. My lord, you will take the first descent upon the Felgarthi approaches. Show them endurance. Give them a war they can calculate and still not stop. Let them spend ammunition. Let them spend machines. Let them spend suns. Thol bowed lower. Their iron will crack. No, Typhus said. It will hold. That is why we have come. The correction settled over the chamber like a benediction. Beyond the command sanctum, the fleet prepared its offerings. Plague-burst crawlers were loaded into drop vaults by chain gangs of corpse thralls and bellowing demon haulers. Their mortar barrels were daubed in filth, their hulls crawling with rusted scripture, their tracks caked in grave soil taken from conquered worlds. Bloat drones hung from launch racks like swollen ticks, their rotor blades twitching, their plague spitters drooling strings of corrosive slime that hissed when they struck the deck. Foetid engines strained against restraint chains. Nurglings capered through spilled entrails, smearing symbols into the muck before being crushed beneath the boots of warriors who did not bother to look down. Blightlord Terminators entered teleport shrines ringed with corpse candles. Their armor was too vast for grace, too ruined for function by any sane logic, and yet each suit growled with malignant power. Tech thralls with tumors instead of hands anointed their weapons. Combi bolters received shells whose casings pulsed softly, each one carrying plague in its brass heart. Bubotic axes were dragged across whetstones made of bone. Flails were kissed by eyeless priests. The death shroud remained around Typhus. They stood motionless, man-reapers grounded, helms bowed. Execution statues. Grave markers for those not yet dead. Even among the death guard they carried a silence that bent attention toward them. Vol had seen one of them cut through a squad of loyalist veterans in a corridor so narrow the corpses had nowhere to fall. He had not spoken before, during, or after. The dead had understood him perfectly. The first impact struck the fleet before the final deployment hymn had ended. Iron Hand's defense lasers cut through the void with white precision. One plague escort split from prow to engine, its interior vomiting atmosphere, bodies, machinery, and screaming green light into space. Another took a lance through its reactor spine and bloomed into diseased fire. A cruiser bearing the bells of 7 murdered shrine worlds shuddered as macro shells hammered its flank, each hit punching open cathedral decks and venting thousands of rotting crew thralls into the dark. Thol watched the damage reports scroll across the hololith. Losses, breaches, hull death, engine death, crew death, deliveries. The dying ships disgorged themselves. Corpse clouds burst from their ruptured holds, expanding in obscene blossoms. Infected debris fields spun toward Medusa, every fragment seeded with spores, scrap code, and clinging plague organisms. Boarding pods launched from broken decks, even as those decks tore free. Assault boats, their pilots long dead and fused to their controls, burned through flak screens toward orbital stations. Wreckage was not failure. Wreckage was another vector. The Iron Hands fired again. They were precise. Vol granted them that. Their guns did not waste anger. Defense lasers bored through plague hulls with admirable hatred. Orbital batteries selected targets by threat, mass, and approach velocity. There was no panic in the pattern. That made the coming ruin sweeter. Typhus lifted his gauntlet. The destroyer hive rose from him. At first it seemed like smoke. Then it became wings, legs, eyes, and impossible hunger. Billions of demonic flies spilled into the command sanctum, through vents, through seams, through spaces that did not physically exist. They poured around the gathered commanders and did not touch them unless invited. They gathered above the hololith in a living storm, a black halo that buzzed with the laughter of the garden. "Go," Typhus whispered. The hive entered the void. No seal barred it. No vacuum killed it. No auspex fully saw it. It scattered from the terminus est and the fleet around it in impossible swarms, riding warp static, crawling along lance beams, hiding inside vox echoes, threading through radiation scars and shield harmonics. It found defense platforms. It found ship vents. It found human breath inside sealed helms. It found the warmth behind augmetic eyes. It found the wet truth beneath iron. On Karashi watch, an Iron Hand serf turned from his console and began to vomit flies through his rebreather grill. On an orbital gun platform, a loader servitor's ammunition claw seized, then crushed the skull of the adept beside it before calmly feeding his body into the shell hoist. Inside a void shield relay, the machine spirit began reciting plague cant in a voice like a drowning child. The Iron Hands responded with fire, quarantine, and amputation. Vol admired them. They severed infected decks from their stations. They vented entire crews rather than permit outbreak. They burned their own command shrines with promethium and redirected targeting through backup cogitators before the ash had cooled. They did not beg. They did not hesitate. They were hard. Hard things cracked beautifully. Medusa filled the hololith now. Its surface burned in patches where torpedoes had struck fault lines. Its storms swelled, green threaded through black. The Gorgon's forge shone beneath shield light and volcanic wrath. Around it, the storm belts churned, vast and hungry. 3 cruisers lost, intoned the tallyman. He sounded pleased. Counted, counted, counted. The Iron Hand's orbital guns found them at last. The first plague cruiser died above the storm belt, its spine cut open by a beam of white fury. It broke into sections, each one trailing fire and frozen pus. The second tried to turn, but Medusa's defense grid bracketed it with macro cannon shells until its engines burst and its carcass tipped toward the world. The third, already aflame, continued forward under dead momentum, while its vox broadcast laughter from every channel. Lance fire cored it clean through. It came apart in a slow, majestic collapse. All 3 wrecks fell. Not toward empty waste, not toward harmless ocean, for Medusa had no mercy so soft. Not toward the open ash where their deaths would be merely spectacle. They fell into the volcanic storm belts above the Gorgon's forge. Vol saw the trajectory lines converge. He understood then, and laughed until phlegm rattled against his helm grill. The wreckage entered atmosphere like rotten meteors. Armor plates the size of fortresses burned green. Gun decks tumbled end over end. Chapel spires, reactor bones, plague vats, corpse holds, and infected manufacturing blocks tore free and rained downward through the howling sky. The storm caught them, broke them, spread them, and hurled them toward the forge's outer shield line in 1,000 burning fragments. Typhus watched without triumph. Triumph was too quick a thing for him. Medusa's guns had destroyed 3 ships. The Death Guard had delivered 3 cathedrals of contagion. Below, the storm over the Gorgon's forge began to rot. The anvil of Karl woke beneath Medusa with the sound of a mountain learning hatred. Its engines had slumbered for 17 years beneath plates of black stone and armor layered thicker than fortress walls. Now, the mobile land behemoth shook itself free of ash and volcanic ice, grinding upward from its buried cradle, while tectonic tremors rolled through the Dorvok recruitment zones. Its hull was not built so much as accumulated through centuries of war. Adamantium ribs, ferrocrete bastions, macro track assemblies the size of hab blocks, gun decks stacked like shrine tiers, auspex steeples, refueling shrines, sarcophagus bays, armories sealed behind oath locks and kill codes. Upon its forward glacis, the iron hand of the clan stood raised in black relief, pitted by old battles and newly slick with storm ash. Inside, the behemoth became war. Vault doors unlocked one after another in a cascade of explosive bolts and Binharic invocation. Red lumen strips ignited along armory aisles, as if the vehicle's veins had filled with blood. Servo arms descended from ceiling rails, dragging weapon racks into place. Predator battle tanks growled as their reactors rose from cold dormancy. Razorbacks rolled from magnetic restraints, their turrets rotating in brief predatory checks. Repulsors lifted from grav cradles with a low animal hum, dust and loose teeth rattling beneath their plates. Land raiders, old and brutal, accepted ammunition feeds, while machine priests struck their hulls with iron rods and chanted appeasement through vox grills. Farther within, relic Sikaran tanks emerged from sealed bays, their lines too clean and predatory for the crude present age. Their machine spirits were arrogant. They woke angry. Tech marines bled sacred oils into their engines and whispered threats as much as prayers. Servo turret batteries rose from under deck plates, unfolding like metal flowers. Ammunition chains dragged shells into place with a sound like bones being fed into a mill. Beneath the central spine of the anvil, the dreadnought drop cradles unlocked. Ancient warriors stirred in coffins of iron. Their sarcophagi hung upright in the gloom, chained within launch frames, each one marked with kill records, clan seals, and cautions etched in small, severe script. Some contained heroes, some contained tyrants, some contained minds too old and bitter to distinguish obedience from rage. Amniotic fluid churned, reactor hearts pulsed. Vox grills crackled as the dead remembered war and found themselves pleased. Iron Captain Varric Dorvok stood upon the command dais and watched the behemoth's awakening without admiration. Admiration was imprecise. His body had been reduced and improved by degrees across 2 centuries. His left arm was a heavy augmetic ending in a clawed command gauntlet. His spine was reinforced with black alloy. His eyes were lenses set into a face that had retained only enough flesh to satisfy the gene seed's stubborn requirements. Cables ran from his gorget into the throne interface behind him, feeding him Auspex overlays, clan disposition, casualty projections, weather knives, toxin plumes, seismic warnings, and the spreading red geometry of plague exposure. The hololith before him showed the Dorvok territories around Medusa and the Felgarthi steppe. Red corridors grew across it. Contamination probability, atmospheric drift, seismic venting, refugee movement, unknown vector behavior, unstable machine infection. All of it converged toward human settlements too slow to survive what was coming. Varric studied the map for 3 heartbeats. Then he condemned them. All clan settlements within the red corridors will relocate to black iron fallback markers, he said. His voice left the dais and entered every relevant command channel. It carried no anger, no grief, no hesitation. Time to compliance is 70 minutes. Failure to relocate will be recorded as exposure. Exposed settlements will be burned. A mortal officer below the dais looked up. He was Medusan, scarred, hard-eyed, his jaw replaced by clan-forged steel. He had lost 3 fingers to frostbite and 2 sons to recruitment trials. He saluted with his remaining hand. Some will not move in that time, Lord. The ash line is choking the lower roads. Then the lower roads have judged them. The tribes will ask for more transports. They may ask the storm. The officer bowed his head. Compliance. Varric returned his attention to the hololith. A tribe that could not outrun plague was already dead. To preserve it with resources required elsewhere was not mercy. It was arithmetic failure. Around the command vault, Medusan auxiliaries assembled in silence. They were mortal, though Medusa had done its best to grind softness out of them. Men in scrap plate and clan leathers stood beneath the weapon racks, while servitors riveted additional armor over their shoulders. Some had augmetic eyes that whirred and clicked in their skulls. Some had piston-braced legs, crude breathing masks, steel hands, shrapnel scars, and old radiation burns. Their weapons were ugly and varied. Shot cannons with chipped stocks, mining lasers wired to backpack cells, ancient autoguns inherited through bloodlines, chain blades with teeth replaced by industrial cutter segments, stub pistols, shock mauls, hook knives, clan-forged bionics that worked until they did not. They were hard men. They were also expendable. Varric had marked them for forward deployment before the first one finished arming. Auxiliary cohorts Karl, Bren and Morden will advance along the outer refugee roads, he said. Spacing pattern wide, no sealed transports, no enclosed holds, open march. The mortal officer understood at once. His metal jaw clicked. Sensor bait. Vector confirmation assets, Varric corrected. Of course, Lord. The men heard. None protested. They had been born beneath the shadow of the iron hands. They knew the difference between being valued and being useful, and Medusa had never promised them either. The anvil of Karl lurched forward. Deep below, track blocks bit into frozen black earth and crushed it to powder. Outside, the behemoth broke through a ridge of ash and moved toward Medusan, dragging its storm wake behind it. Gun towers rotated toward the sky. Auspex masts unfolded. The first Razorbacks rolled down deployment ramps and spread like hunting beasts across the slope. Repulsors drifted ahead of them, heavy weapons sweeping the horizon. Behind, mortal auxiliaries marched into poison wind beneath fluttering strips of clan metal. The first outbreak came among refugees trying to flee a settlement called Carthren. They moved in a column of thousands, though thousands on Medusa looked like less. Bent shapes wrapped in hides, rebreathers, ash cloaks, and scavenged plating. They dragged sledges of tools, gene records, shrine caskets, water coils, children with shaved skulls, and elders whose augmetics had locked from cold. They had obeyed the relocation order quickly enough to remain statistically relevant. Then men began to cough. At first the sound was ordinary. Medusa filled lungs with knives every day. Men coughed and kept walking. Then one coughed blood across the inside of his face mask. Another dropped to his knees and tore at his throat. Another laughed while vomiting black fluid down his chest. Panic moved through the column faster than discipline could kill it. Varric saw the outbreak through an Auspex drone circling overhead. The drone's pict feed shook in the wind. Refugees shoved at one another. A boy tried to lift his father. The father's neck swelled, split, and released a wet rope of clotted matter. His jaw cracked open too wide. He smiled through broken teeth while his eyes rolled white. He rose after death. not with the jerking confusion of a corpse animated by crude impulse. He rose gladly, as though something inside him had been waiting for permission. His broken mouth stretched wider. Other bodies rose with him. Men whose throats had torn open stood laughing with blood bubbling in the ragged holes. One had no lower face left, only a red pit and a tongue black with plague. He still smiled. Poxwalkers. The word moved through the noosphere and became a kill authorization. Veteran Sergeant Cale Morvox's squad reached the column first. They descended from a storm raven into ash and screams, black armor already sealed, weapons live. Morvox landed amid fleeing men and did not slow. His battle brothers formed beside him with the precision of machine parts locking into place. Flamers hissed. Bolt rifles came up, targeting runes marked dead, infected, exposed, uncertain. Uncertain became red. Cleanse, Morvox voxed. Promethium washed through the refugees. Men burned upright. Poxwalkers burned laughing. Exposed mortals burned before their symptoms could express themselves. A man with his hands raised took a bolt round through the chest and burst across the road in a spray of ribs, organs, and shredded cloth. A child-sized figure ran from the flames with one arm on fire and was cut down by disciplined bolter fire before the question of infection could become inefficient. Poxwalkers surged from within the column. Bolt shells struck them and detonated inside meat, blowing skulls apart, opening torsos, flinging limbs into the ash. Still, the pieces moved. A severed hand crawled across a dead man's back, fingers drumming in a gleeful rhythm. A head with no body bit into a refugee's boot and would not let go until a flamer reduced it to black grease. Morvox advanced through the flames. His squad gave no ground. One iron hand swung his chain blade through a cluster of infected, cutting 3 bodies apart at the waist. Their upper halves fell and dragged themselves forward through their own, spilling intestines. Another brother drove a combat knife through a poxwalker's eye socket, pinned it to the ground, then fired a bolt round point blank through the skull. The explosion painted his greave with brain matter and teeth. Above them, Varric watched the hololith. The red zone expanded. He adjusted it. A mortal adjutant on the anvil's lower command tier spoke through clenched breath. There may be clean survivors on the west edge of the column. Varric did not look at him. Do not ask who is infected, he said. Ask who has been exposed. The adjutant bowed his head and transmitted the expansion order. Servo skulls flooded from the anvil of Karl in silver swarms. They sped low over the ash roads, lenses blinking, incense burners replaced with toxin samplers and rad sniffers. Cherubim-like Auspex drones followed, pale dead infant shapes stripped of all softness, wings replaced by humming grav plates, eyes glowing green as they tasted the air. Cybermastiffs bounded ahead of the armor columns, metal jaws open, nostrils full of chemical veins. Skitari-linked kill servitors marched in lockstep from deployment holds, their flesh grey, their eyes gone, heavy weapons fused into their arms. They mapped infection without mercy. Every red zone on the hololith became a death sentence. A hab cluster here, a road shrine there, a water caravan, a medici sled, a group of auxiliaries returning too slowly from the outer line. Red touched them, and Varric assigned flame, shell, or abandonment. The Death Guard had not yet fully shown themselves, but their vanguard organisms were already at work. Metal began to sicken. A rhino attached to the 3rd armoured spearhead stalled mid-advance. Its track links bloomed rust between one rotation and the next. The machine spirit roared through the driver's neural socket, then choked. Fungal threads burst from the track housing, pale and wet, wrapping the drive teeth. The vehicle slewed sideways and died in a spray of sparks. A mortal auxiliary screamed as his bionic arm locked at the elbow. The steel plates of the limb split, and soft growth pushed through the cracks like maggots from fruit. He tried to cut it off with a chain blade. The limb clenched around his throat before the blade bit, crushing his windpipe with a crunch loud enough for the nearest Vox pickup to record. A squad of iron hands reloaded in the lee of a ridge. 3 ammunition feeds clotted at once. Organic slime pulsed from the magazines, thick and translucent, threaded with tiny black veins. One brother threw the corrupted feed aside before it could reach his weapon's chamber. Another was slower. His bolt rifle belched, warped, and detonated in his hands, taking 3 augmetic fingers and half his helm grill with it. He did not cry out. He reported damage, sealed the weapon, drew his sidearm, and continued firing. The plague wind came through a canyon south of Medusa. It rolled low between walls of black stone, green at its heart and yellow at its edges, full of glittering spores that struck ceramite with tiny wet clicks. Morvox's squad had pushed into the canyon to locate a lost auxiliary convoy marked by broken locator pulses. They found the convoy overturned across the pass, wheels rusted into the ground, drivers dead at their posts and smiling through split lips. Then the dead climbed down from the rocks. Poxwalkers came in hundreds, spilling from cracks, crawling over one another, dropping from ledges with snapping bones and joyful groans. Some wore scraps of Medusan clan gear. Some had been auxiliaries. Some were swollen beyond recognition. Their bellies dragged open, entrails trailing behind them in ropes that twitched like worms. Their mouths worked around laughter, coughs, prayers, and the occasional fragment of a voice they had owned in life. Morvox's squad opened fire. Bolt shells hammered into the mass. Each detonation punched red cavities through bodies, turning torsos into spraying meat and bone. The canyon floor became slick within moments. Poxwalkers burst apart and kept coming. Legs walked without hips. A spine dragged itself forward by finger bones. A man with his chest blown open used both hands to hold his organs in while he shambled, grinning like he had been given a secret. "Flame!" Morvox ordered. Promethium roared from the squad's weapons. The canyon filled with burning bodies. Poxwalkers staggered through the fire, their fat popping, their eyes boiling, their laughter becoming steam. One reached an iron hand and clawed at his helm, fingers melting against black ceramite. The warrior smashed its skull with the butt of his weapon until the head collapsed like rotten fruit. Then the wind changed. It came hard down the canyon, striking Morvox's squad from the flank. Warning runes screamed across helm displays. Armor seals strained. Corrosive spores hissed against joints and vents. Brother Galvan, second file, raised a hand to his gorget. His helm seal had split, no larger than a fingernail. Enough. He stiffened. Blood sprayed across the inside of his lenses. His breath became a wet grinding. He tore off one gauntlet, drove his bare fingers into the broken seal, and tried to clamp it shut with flesh that was already blistering. His organic eye burst. Vomit and blood filled the lower portion of his helm, bubbling through the Vox with each strangled exhalation. "Contamination," Galvan said. Morvox turned. Galvan's bolter remained steady in his other hand. He fired twice, killing 2 more poxwalkers as his body failed. A third shot went wide. His muscles were no longer obeying cleanly. Something moved under the skin at his throat. "Request execution," Galvan said. Morvox did not answer with words. His bolt pistol came up. The shell entered beneath Galvan's helm lens and detonated inside the skull. The back of the helmet burst outward in a fan of blood. bone, black armor fragments, and cooked brain. Galvan's body remained upright for a half-second, still locked in firing posture, then toppled into the burning dead. Morvox marked his gene seed for retrieval only if purity permitted. It likely would not. The canyon fight became disposal. The iron hands advanced step by step, firing until the dead were fragments, then burning the fragments until the stone itself cracked. At the canyon mouth, kill servitors deployed from hidden ramps and added heavy fire. Autocannons thudded. Heavy bolters chewed through the crawling heaps. A grav pulse flattened an entire knot of poxwalkers into a red sheet across the rocks, bones grinding flat beneath invisible force. On the anvil of Karl, Varric watched the last of the canyon turn from red to black. Then he selected a mortal convoy. It was moving along the outer Medusan road, 340 men, 8 crawler transports, 2 Medicae haulers, 1 water rig, and a dozen armed outriders. Their exposure probability was below immediate purge threshold, but their projected course intersected a bloat drone approach vector. The demon engines had appeared as intermittent returns, swollen shapes moving through plague cloud, too fast for artillery lock and too low for orbital fire. Varric reassigned the convoy's route. A mortal traffic officer read the order twice. His voice trembled when he replied, "Lord, that road leads through the open kill basin. Yes, they will see the drones. Yes, they will request cover. Deny it." Silence passed across the command tier. Varric highlighted hidden firing positions around the basin. Lascanon teams beneath ash camouflage. Grav weapon emplacements dug into the canyon wall. Servo turrets powered down to avoid detection. A repulsor execution group waiting behind a basalt fold. The convoy entered the basin. The men saw the shapes above them. Bloat drones dropped from the fog like swollen insects made of iron, meat, and mockery. Their rotor assemblies screamed. Their distended bodies sagged beneath armor plates slick with pus. Plague spitters jutted from them like diseased organs pretending to be weapons. One had a face stretched across its front armor, not human enough to be pitied, human enough to be understood as suffering. The convoy broke formation. Too late. Streams of plague filth washed over the crawler transports. Metal blackened. Men dissolved. One hauler's side melted open, spilling bodies that were already liquefying inside their armor. Outriders fired autoguns upward until corrosive spray stripped the flesh from their hands. A water rig exploded into a geyser of steam and contaminated fluid. Men ran, slipped, fell, rose screaming, and were cut apart by the drone's flesh mowers. Varric waited. The drones descended lower to feed. Fire! The basin vanished in disciplined light. Lascanons stabbed from 3 sides, burning through demon engine hides and punching molten tunnels through corrupted machinery. One bloat drone folded in mid-air, its body rupturing into green flame and black organs. Grav weapons struck another and dragged it down as though the planet had remembered hatred. It hit the ground and compressed under invisible pressure, armor splitting, rot spraying upward, rotor blades snapping off and scything through the corpses it had just made. Servo turrets rose from ash and hammered the last drones with autocannon fire until they came apart in chunks of meat metal and burning bile. The convoy ceased to exist. The bloat drones ceased to exist. The equation was acceptable. "Record kill confirmation," Varric said. A tech marine beside him clicked in Binharic approval. Demon engine signatures extinguished. Mortal asset loss complete. "Efficient," Varric said. Across the tactical hololith, the first landing wave appeared contained. Red zones still pulsed, but their expansion slowed. The canyon outbreak had been burned. The refugee infection had been reduced to ash. The bloat drone vector was gone. Armored lines moved into place around Medusa. The anvil of Karl continued forward, guns awake, engines hot, its shadow rolling across the black land like a verdict. Then the ground beneath Medusa opened. Not cracked, opened. A line of fire tore through the settlement's lower industrial quarter, splitting hab blocks, shrine stacks, and recruitment yards. Buildings sagged inward, roads folded, men and machines vanished into the wound. Lava lights surged from below, but it was not clean magma alone. Green vapor came with it, corpse fog, spores, bells, the stink of wet graves and old battlefields. Something rose from the wound. A drop hulk, blackened by heat and wrapped in chains, forced itself upward through the volcanic throat beneath the city. Its hull was not falling from orbit. It had already been there, buried, seeded in the crust, waiting for the torpedoes to wake the fault lines. Its plates glowed red from subterranean fire. Its vents vomited plague steam. Bodies were fused across its surface, still moving, still mouthing praise through lips burned away. Another hulk rose behind it, then another. Medusa's siren screamed. The anvil of Karl's hololith drowned in red. Varric leaned forward, metal fingers closing over the edge of the command dais, hard enough to dent the iron. The Death Guard had not merely landed upon Medusa, they had planted themselves beneath it. From the first rising hulk came the sound of internal locks releasing, chains falling, and warriors within beginning to chant through rusted helms. Morvox's voice entered the vox, flat beneath static. Enemy emergence confirmed inside Medusa. Multiple armored signatures, plague pattern, awaiting order. Varric looked upon the red wound opening in the heart of the settlement. His answer was immediate. No retreat, no rescue corridors. Seal Medusa from the outside. All forces advance inward. A pause. Then Morvox replied, "Compliance." Varric watched the infected hulks climb from the planet's torn flesh. Medusa had always hated life. Now something had taught it infection. The drop capsule fell through Medusa's poisoned sky as a coffin thrown by an angry god. It had once been a loyal machine, fashioned for descent, impact, and delivery. Now it was a cracked iron womb, its hull split by corrosion, its interior packed with corpse gas, rusted restraints, sloshing plague fluids, and warriors who had forgotten the meaning of discomfort. Runes of contagion crawled across its inner plates in wet green light. Chains rattled without motion. Something small and limbless dragged itself through the filth pooled around Lord Septivar Vol's boots, giggling until one of his plague marines ground it flat beneath a rusted heel. The capsule struck the Felgarthi step hard enough to break the world. Blackstone burst upward. Frozen ash became a geyser. The impact crater filled with steam, corpse fog, and shrapnel. For several heartbeats, the capsule lay half buried in the wounded ground, its frame screaming as heat and pressure tore through its seams. Then the locking bolts blew outward. The hatch opened like a jaw. Vol stepped onto Medusa. The air came at him with knives. Rad particles scraped across his armor. Volcanic breath rolled over him in waves of sulfur, metal, and burning minerals. Ice struck his helm in hard grey flakes. The ground trembled beneath him, shifting with deep tectonic hatred. Even through the blessings that swelled his body and armor, he felt the world's malice pressing close. It wished to freeze, burn, poison, and crush him all at once. He inhaled. Rotten vapor, rad ash, volcanic dust, corpse gas, and Medusan storm wind entered the filters of his helm. His lungs, swollen and sacred, accepted the offering. His armor exhaled in a long, wet sigh. "Fine air," he said. Behind him, the first of his warband emerged. They did not hurry. Deathguard did not spill from the capsule like frightened raiders. They advanced with the calm of a plague already inside the blood. Plague marines in swollen ceramite descended into the crater, bolters held across their chests, blades resting low, helms angled toward the horizon. Their armor was green, brown, bone, and rust, every plate blistered with corruption and ancient damage. Some bore horns, some bore bells. Some had tubes sunk into distended bellies. Some leaked fluids that hissed on the cold ground. All of them moved with the same patient certainty. More capsules came down across the volcanic basin. They landed among shattered ridges and boiling vents, cracking Medusa's crust with each impact. One opened while still burning, and warriors walked out wreathed in flame, their armor blackening, but their gait unchanged. Another split on impact and disgorged plague marines among the wreckage, several impaled by their own restraint spikes. They tore themselves free and took their places in the line, dragging organs and cables back inside their ruptured armor with clawed hands. Pole's warband formed upon the ash. No shouted frenzy, no wild charge, no mortal haste. A wall of rusted ceramite began to move. Blight launchers were brought forward by warriors whose hands had fused to the weapon housings. Plague spewers vomited testing bursts into the wind, the streams thick and yellow, burning holes through stone. Bubotic axes rested against shoulders like execution tools. Plague knives gleamed with wet green edges. Bolters coughed diseased shells as their bearers fired into distant sensor towers, refugee sleds, and the shadowed mouths of Iron Hand's bunkers. Every shot sounded thick, as though each shell had been dragged through a grave before leaving the barrel. Vol walked at the center. He could see Medusa beyond the basin, hard black shapes against storm and fire. He could see the Iron Hand's lines forming with admirable speed. Armor signatures, heat ghosts, Auspex echoes, hardpoints buried in basalt, servo turrets waking beneath the ash, mortal movement in disciplined scatter patterns, kill zones plotted with mechanical malice. The Sons of Manus did not panic. Good. Fear was richer when it believed itself mastered. Behind the advancing line, the plague-burst crawlers began to fire. The demon engines crouched in the crater fields like diseased beasts of siege, low and thick, their mortar barrels rising through curtains of steam. Their crews were things of rusted plate and laughter, half marine, half carrion shrine, chanting firing litanies through broken vox grills. The first mortars thumped. The shells climbed in high arcs, slow and obscene, leaving trails of green vapor across the black sky. They fell upon the Iron Hand's forward bunkers. The first shell struck a ferrocrete emplacement built into a ridge overlooking the Medusan road. It did not explode cleanly. It ruptured. A swollen bloom of slime, bone fragments, diseased metal, and plague shrapnel burst outward, pouring through firing slits and ventilation grates. The bunker shook. Its outer plating held for 3 heartbeats, then blistered from within. Blood sprayed from the gun ports. A heavy bolter kept firing for a moment after its crew died, stitched to its trigger by muscle spasms and machine compulsion. Then the weapon jammed, choked by something soft crawling up its feed. Another shell landed behind the ridge and turned the interior of a second bunker into a pressure cooker. Foal heard the muffled thud as seals failed. Steam, blood, and liquefied armor grease sprayed from the rear hatch. An Iron Hand serf staggered out, skin gone from his face. Rebreather melted into his jaw. bionic arm moving independently of the rest of him. He took 4 steps, tried to salute the war machines behind him, and burst as the infection inside his chest found room to unfold. The crawlers fired again and again. The Velgarthi approaches disappeared under crawling contagion. Vol's line kept walking. Ahead, mortal Medusan auxiliaries fired from behind rockcrete barriers. They were harsh little creatures, scarred and half-metallic, brave in the way desperate animals could be brave when trained by harsher masters. Mining lasers flashed, autoguns rattled, shot cannons boomed into the plague marine line. One of Vol's warriors took a mining beam through the side of his helm. The shot burned a glowing wound from cheek to pauldron and cooked whatever meat remained behind the visor. The warrior staggered, sank to one knee, then laughed in a clogged whisper and rose again. Vol lifted one gauntlet. His forward squads opened fire. Bolter shells struck the mortal line and detonated men into sprays of red matter. A shot cannon team vanished beneath plague spewer filth, their bodies collapsing inward as skin, muscle and metal became one bubbling sludge. A man with piston legs tried to retreat. The pistons rusted mid-stride, locked, and snapped both his thighs backward. He fell screaming until a blight grenade rolled against his face and opened him like a rotten fruit. The survivors ran. Vol did not order pursuit. The fleeing would drink. They would breathe. They would bind wounds. They would touch others. In time, they would return as gifts. Patience was cruelty perfected. A teleport flare bloomed on the ridge to the east. It did not shine cleanly. It bruised the air. Reality sagged inward, filled with flies, then tore open. Blightlord Terminators appeared inside an Iron Hands artillery bastion, their mass arriving where no mass should be. The translation was imperfect by design or by blessing. 2 loyalist defenders standing too close to the arrival zone fused into the inner wall. One became a screaming relief of black armor and red flesh, arms spread wide, face flattened into the ferrocrete with both eyes still moving. The other had only his legs and lower torso visible, kicking violently from the wall while his upper body existed somewhere else, perhaps nowhere at all. The Blightlords began their work. Combi bolters roared in the confined space. Each burst a hammer of diseased mass reactive death. Iron Hands gunners died at their stations, helms bursting, bionics snapping, spinal plugs spraying sparks and blood. A flail of corruption swept through 3 serfs and 1 battle brother, its iron heads punching through armor, dragging entrails and cables in wet arcs. A bubotic axe cleaved an Iron Hands tech adept from shoulder to groin. The halves remained connected by augmetic tubing for a moment, twitching as the adept's implanted systems tried to root around death. The bastion's guns turned silent one by one. Then one fired inward. An Iron Hands artillery servitor, perhaps still loyal through whatever was left of its lobotomized mind, rotated a shell hoist and detonated a stored warhead inside the bastion chamber. The blast blew part of the ridge outward and swallowed several Blightlords in fire. One emerged from the flames with his left arm gone, armor cracked open to the ribs, maggots boiling in the wound. He kept firing with his remaining hand until a Lascannon from outside punched through his chest and pinned him to a burning gun carriage. Vol watched the exchange with satisfaction. The Iron Hands had teeth. They would need to lose them one by one. His warriors reached the broken antenna towers along the Basin Road. The towers had once served Medusan relay clans, skeletal things of black metal and bone charm, now cracked by bombardment and wind. Captives hung beneath them, mortal warriors taken from the first auxiliary line. Some had resisted hard enough to earn Vol's mild regard. One had bitten through the thumb of a plague marine before being subdued. Another had shot himself in the throat rather than answer questions, but his augmetic jaw had continued transmitting clan emergency codes afterward. Vol ordered them raised. Plague knives pinned them through shoulders, thighs, palms, and throats, fixing them to the tower struts. The blades were not placed to kill quickly. Infection entered through every wound, swelling veins black beneath the skin, turning screams into wet gargles. Their cries fed into vox repeaters wired around the towers. The sound carried over the storm in loops of pain and false distress. "Help us!" Clan Dorvok, respond. "We are clean. Do not leave. Us." Enemy numbers light. One captive still had enough mind to understand. His eyes found Vol through the murk. He tried to spit, but his mouth had filled with clotted yellow fluid. It ran down his chin instead. Vol leaned close. "You are not bait because you are weak," he said. "You are bait because they are strong enough to answer." The man convulsed as the plague knife in his chest pulsed. His ribs flexed outward. Something small moved beneath the skin. Vol straightened. The signal went out. The iron hands answered with armor. Predator annihilators emerged first from behind basalt ridges, their twin Lascannons burning bright through the ash storm. Repulsor executioners followed, grav plates shrieking against unstable ground, heavy weapons tracking with cold machine grace. Razorbacks and gun servitor platforms spread around them. Farther back, Vol detected the heavier signatures of Land Raider patterns and relic armor not yet committed. The Sons of Manus did not come to rescue the captives. They came to delete the coordinates from which the distress had been transmitted. Their opening volley struck like the judgment of a metal god. Lascannons cawed the Death Guard line. One plague marine vanished from the waist up, his lower body walking 3 more steps before toppling. Another took a beam through the chest that burned through both hearts, backpack, and the warrior behind him. A repulsor's heavy onslaught fire hammered into Vol's right flank, shredding 3 cult thrall screens and blowing chunks from plague marine armor. The executioner cannon fired, and a corrupted rhino behind the line erupted in a tower of green flame and cooked bone. Vol's warriors absorbed the fire. They fell. They rose. They crawled. They returned fire. Bolters coughed diseased shells against the advancing armor. Blight launchers spat arcing rounds that burst across repulsor shields in sizzling clouds. Plague spewers washed over exposed servitor teams, reducing them to twitching piles of meat and brass. A predator's side armor rusted in spreading veins where a blight round struck it, the corruption racing across its hull like frost across glass. Still, the iron hands kept coming. A plague marine beside Vol took a Lascannon through the torso. The beam opened him from sternum to spine, leaving a smoking tunnel large enough to see the battlefield through. His guts, swollen and grey, slopped from the wound and dragged across the ash as he continued to advance. He fired his bolter until the weapon clicked empty. Then he drew a plague knife and kept walking. A grav cannon found another squad. The air folded. 3 plague marines were crushed downward, armor screaming, bones grinding, their bodies compressed into ruptured heaps of ceramite, organs, and foul fluid. One helm split open under the pressure, and what oozed out still tried to laugh before the grav field pulped it flat. Death Guard were not invincible. They had never needed to be. They only needed the enemy to pay too much for every death. The dreadnought came through the smoke like a walking execution block. It was an Iron Hands war machine, ancient and black, its sarcophagus front marked with clan sigils and kill script. One arm ended in a power fist large enough to close around a plague marine's torso. The other bore a heavy plasma weapon that glowed white-blue through the ash. Its vox grill emitted Binharic hate so pure, the air around it seemed to sharpen. It fired as it advanced. The plasma blast struck a knot of Vol's warriors and reduced them to burning fragments. Corrupted ceramite ran like wax. One plague marine's head bounced across the ground, still mouthing a hymn. The dreadnought crushed it beneath one iron foot. Vol turned toward it. At last. Mine, he voxed. His warriors opened a path through instinct and old obedience. The dreadnought saw him and charged. For a machine so massive, it moved with brutal speed. Its fist struck Vol before he could bring his blade fully across. The impact launched him backward through the side armor of a damaged plague tank. He smashed through rusted plating, ruptured a bile reservoir, and crashed into the vehicle's inner chamber amid green fluid, torn hoses, and screaming demon machinery. His armor cracked along the ribs. Something inside him burst. Thick blood flooded one lung, then clotted into something more useful. Vol laughed. The dreadnought tore, the tank opened to reach him. Its power fist punched through the hull again, fingers closing on Vol's pauldron. Ceramite screamed as the fist crushed. Warning runes flared across Vol's helm. The dreadnought hauled him out of the wreckage and slammed him into the ground. Stone shattered beneath him. The plasma weapon charged, building light enough to turn his shadow black and sharp. The dreadnought's vox snarled in Binharic, then rendered into low Gothic through its speakers. Traitor filth, be erased. Still speaking, Vol said. Still angry, still trapped. The plasma cannon fired. Vol rolled with ponderous force, too slow for elegance, fast enough for survival. The blast burned across his side, cooking armor and flesh together. Pain moved through him like a hymn. He caught the dreadnought's fist as it descended again, both his gauntlets closing around metal fingers. The impact drove him to one knee. His armor joints groaned. Servo bundles tore. The dreadnought pressed down, reactor whining. Vol saw the sarcophagus seals. Old, strong, sanctified, not unbreakable. He let the power fist crush deeper into his shoulder, allowing the loyalist machine to believe in advantage. Then his plague blade came up beneath the dreadnought's guard and punched into the seal line at the sarcophagus edge. The blade did not cut like clean metal. It worried its way in, vomiting infection into every microfracture. Vol leaned his weight behind it. The seal blackened. Blessed oils curdled. The dreadnought's vox became a burst of static and hate. Inside, the ancient warrior began to burn, not from flame, from contamination entering the amniotic cradle and turning its life-sustaining fluids into acidic rot. Vol heard the sarcophagus occupant thrashing through the machine's own systems. He heard the pounding of withered limbs against restraint plugs. He heard Binharic curses flood the vox, beautiful in their discipline, even as pain consumed them. The dreadnought slammed its fist into Vol again. His helm cracked. One lens went dark. The world became half green, half black. He drove the blade deeper. The sarcophagus split. A gush of boiling amniotic fluid, blood, and liquefied nerve tissue sprayed over Vol's chest. Inside the coffin, something ancient and pale writhed among tubes and cables. Its face little more than a skull stretched with skin, its mouth open in a sound no mortal throat could have made. It continued chanting Binharic hate until its tongue dissolved. Vol shoved a blight grenade into the opened sarcophagus. The blast blew the dreadnought backward. Its front plate burst outward. The machine staggered, one leg failing, reactor howling. For a moment it tried to rise. Its fist clawed furrows into the ground. Then it collapsed, leaking burning fluid and plague smoke. The last sound from its vox was not fear, but a command to nearby Iron Hands units to fire upon its own wreck. They obeyed. A melter blast struck the corpse machine and turned it into white fire. Vol was thrown back again, armor smoking. He rose more slowly this time. Around him, the battle had become a grinder of iron and rot. Iron Hands grav cannons crushed plague marines into ruptured heaps. Melter weapons boiled corrupted flesh inside armor until warriors burst through their own seals in geysers of fat and steam. Conversion beamers carved glowing tunnels through bloated bodies, leaving neat circles of absence surrounded by sizzling meat. One of Vol's champions lost both legs to autocannon fire and dragged himself beneath a predator, where he detonated a cluster of blight grenades and opened the tank's belly in a flood of burning crew and machine oil. The Death Guard line bent. It did not break. The Iron Hands armor strike paid for every meter in wreckage. A repulsor executioner lost lift when plague corrosion ate through one grav plate. It tilted, struck the ground, and was swarmed by plague marines who climbed its hull under fire, jamming knives into vision blocks and grenades into exhaust vents. A predator reversed over bodies both loyal and corrupted until a plague spewer found its rear hatch seam. The crew inside died beating at armor they had trusted. Vol's own losses mounted. Squad markers blinked out. Warband icons dimmed. The tally would be pleased. The garden would be fed. The Iron Hands would record the kills and believe the exchange favourable until the first of their wounded began, hearing bells inside their sealed helms. A vox pulse entered Vol's command channel. Not loud, not urgent. A wet whisper wrapped in static and the drone of countless wings. Septivar Vol. Vol stopped amid the burning field. A bolter round struck his chest and burst, cracking a plate without piercing it. He ignored it. "My lord," he replied. Typhus spoke as though from inside the marrow of the world. "The road to Medusa is useful no longer. Let the Iron Hands hold what they think you came to take." Vol looked toward the city approaches. The Iron Hands had reinforced them heavily. Armor lines, kill zones, fire corridors. A hard defense formed by minds that understood sacrifice but not insult. "You would have me withdraw? I would have you turn." The vox filled with coordinates, not Medusan, not the obvious approaches. The path led west through toxic deadlands, across volcanic basins, through broken ground and ash storms, toward a sacred furnace of the Iron Hands. The Gorgon's Forge. Vol understood then. The bunkers, the distress bait, the armor clash, even the honored dead of both sides. All of it had pulled loyalist strength into the visible wound, while the deeper sickness moved elsewhere. "Forge relics," Vol said. "Machines they love," Typhus answered. "Engines they trust. Iron that has never known rot." Vol looked across the battlefield. His warriors stood among corpses, wrecks, and burning ash. The Iron Hands were still advancing, steady and merciless. Their guns spoke with disciplined fury. Their dead lay in pieces and metal fragments, but their lines did not waver. He admired them again. Then he raised his plague blade, still wet with the dissolved remains of the dreadnought's occupant. "Warband," he voxed. "Alter advance vector. Leave the city to choke on what we have given it. We march for the Forge." A few Iron Hand shells followed as the Death Guard began their turn. Some struck home. More plague marines died. One was vaporized from helm to hip by a conversion beam. Another was cut in half by Lascanon fire and kept dragging himself in the new direction. entrails ploughing a red furrow through the ash. Vol walked ahead of them. Behind him, Medusa burned and screamed. Before him, the toxic deadlands opened beneath a sky swollen with storm and falling rot. Somewhere beyond the ash, the Gorgon's forge waited, proud and sealed, filled with relics that had never begged, never bled, never feared decay. Vol breathed Medusa's hatred like incense and smiled behind his broken helm. Everything rusted, even gods of iron. Medusa had never been gentle, yet it had been human. That was the insult of its dying. It rose from the black stone in stacked iron habs, smokestacks, shielded gantries, furnace shrines, surgical houses, and narrow clan courts where the ground was always stained by oil, blood, or both. It was the only permanent settlement on Medusa, though permanence upon that world meant only that something had survived long enough to accumulate scars. The hab blocks were windowless and riveted, their outer plates patched with salvage from machines older than any living clan elder. The streets were trenches cut between metal walls, roofed in places by pipework and cable, open in others to the ash-dark sky. Steam hissed from vents. Warning bells clanged in the storm. Servo skulls glided through chemical fog with green lenses burning. Clan shrines stood at every major junction, little more than iron alcoves packed with cog teeth, finger bones, fragments of broken augmetics, and crude icons of the Gorgon hammered from scrap. Men touched them as they passed. Children touched them too, small hands of flesh and crude metal raised in imitation of their elders. Many of those children already bore the first gifts of Medusa: rebuilt hands, eye lenses bolted into bone, respirator ports, spine braces, painful, ugly, necessary things. They did not laugh loudly. Laughter wasted breath. They watched the iron hands pass with hard, bright eyes, already learning that fear was a weakness to be hidden before it was a weakness to be removed. Veteran Sergeant Cale Morvox saw them as his gunship screamed low over the lower manufactoria. His armor fed him fire maps, hazard marks, kill grids, thermal blooms, infection probabilities, ammunition counts, and the sealed command edicts of Clan Dorvok. The machine logic of it was clean. Medusan was divided into utility, contamination, and loss. Useful districts were to be held. Contaminated districts were to be burned. Lost districts were to be denied to the enemy by any available means. The organic eye he no longer possessed would have seen the settlement as a place of labor, trial, and harsh survival. His augmetics saw it more accurately, a structure under evaluation. The gunship banked over a recruitment yard where aspirants too young for final trial were being driven into armory queues by mortal overseers. Surgical recruitment stations stood open behind them, their tables still wet, their saws hanging from chain pulleys, their brass drains clogged with clots and strips of rejected flesh. Medici servitors moved among the boys with injector claws and bone drills. None of that stopped when the first chemical shells fell. The purge announced themselves without him, without laughter, without the swollen joy of other servants of the plague god. Their shells came hissing down through the ash cloud as black darts wrapped in sick yellow vapor. They burst above Medusan's western hab districts in silent flashes, not thunder. The clouds that opened from them were low and heavy, sliding into streets, stairwells, ventilation mouths, and shrine courts like poured hate. It was not smoke, smoke concealed. This revealed purpose. Men caught in the first wave died discovering the shape of their own lungs. Morvox's visor magnified the western streets as the gas rolled through them. Mortals staggered from hab doors, hands at their throats, their rebreathers blistered, filters dissolving into tar. Eyes swelled and ruptured inside goggles. Men clawed at their necks with enough force to tear skin away, trying to make another path for air that no longer wished to become breath. One clan warrior with a steel jaw ripped the respirator from his face and took a full mouthful of toxin. His chest convulsed. A wash of red fluid vomited from him, not from his mouth only, but through his nose, eyes, and the seams where augmetics entered flesh. His lungs had become liquid and were leaving him by every available route. Another man crawled beneath a cart, skin blistering under his armor, fingers hooked in the stone. His back arched until his spine broke. The augmetic braces along his vertebrae kept trying to correct the damage after death, pistons pumping uselessly, folding and unfolding his corpse as though forcing it to bow. A child with a brass hand stood in the mouth of a shrine court and stared at the yellow fog until an older boy dragged him away. Both vanished as the cloud thickened. Their life signs winked out together. The gunship slammed into a landing cradle beside the lower manufactoria. Morvox stepped down into Medusa with his squad around him. The city shook beneath bombardment. High above, sirens howled, then clipped into fragments as Vox towers were poisoned or cut. The manufactoria gates ahead were already sealed, their iron faces stamped with clan runes and heat scarring. Behind them lay the refinery corridors, assembly vaults, pumping stations, and lower roadways through which the enemy would try to enter the settlement's spine. A mortal overseer ran toward Morvox through the ash. He wore clan plate over a burned body. Half his face was covered by a copper mask. The exposed half had begun to blister. "My lord," he gasped. "Extraction for the lower Habs. There are thousands still inside. The toxin has breached the nursery vaults and the emergency shelters. We require transports." Morvox walked past him. The overseer stumbled after him. "My lord." Morvox's squad fanned into combat formation. Intercessors moved with bolt rifles raised. Aggressors followed, heavy and broad, flamestorm gauntlets primed. Servitors clanked behind them, carrying ammunition crates and promethium tanks on bent backs. The overseer seized Morvox's forearm. It was a bold act. Perhaps exposure had already damaged his judgment. Morvox looked down. The man released him at once. "Your people are obstructing firing lanes," Morvox said. "They are alive." For the moment. The overseer's remaining eye hardened with something like hatred. They are Medusan. Then they know the terms of survival. Morvox voxed to the servitor cohort. "Clear the approach." The servitors obeyed. They moved into the street with clawed limbs and hydraulic strength, dragging pleading mortals aside, without care for broken bones. When the press became too dense, the lead servitor simply advanced. A man fell beneath its tread. His ribs collapsed with a wet crack. Another tried to lift him and was shoved into a wall hard enough to split his skull. Blood and grey matter streaked the iron plate behind him. The crowd recoiled, not from the enemy, but from its defenders. That was efficient. It opened the road. Morvox's squad entered the lower manufactoria. The air inside was hot, wet, and dense with chemical stink. Assembly lines stood idle. Conveyor belts carried half-finished bionic limbs, respirator housings, blade teeth, and crude armor plates into overflowing bins. Somewhere deeper, a machine's spirit screamed through a damaged Vox horn, repeating a litanic error in Binharic. The floor shook with distant impacts. The first poxwalkers came through a loading tunnel. They had been workers, clan guards, children of the forge yards. and refugees packed into the lower ways when the chemical shelling began. Now they came smiling. Their skin hung loose and yellow. Their mouths had stretched past human limits. Some still wore respirators fused into swollen faces. Some had no throats left, only ragged holes bubbling with plague fluid, yet still they laughed. Bionics twitched from infected bodies, fingers tapping distress codes against thighs, eye lenses blinking clan identification over faces no longer capable of belonging to any clan. Morvox fired. His bolt rifle barked. The first Poxwalker's head burst like a rotten fruit, spraying brain, skull, teeth, and black blood across the tunnel wall. The body continued 3 steps before collapsing under the weight of its own dead instructions. His brothers joined him. Bolt shells detonated inside chests, blew arms away, burst bellies open in wet avalanches. A Poxwalker, with a mining drill for an arm, stumbled onward after losing both legs, dragging itself by the drill bit and grinning through a face split from chin to brow. "Advance by file," Morvox voxed. "Burn all remains." The aggressors stepped forward. Flamestorm gauntlets roared. The tunnel became an oven. Promethium washed over the dead and living alike. Poxwalkers ignited and staggered in burning knots. Their fat popped. Their hair flashed away. Their laughter became steam trapped inside bursting lungs. The fire flowed around machinery, beneath conveyor belts, through maintenance alcoves where exposed mortals had hidden. Screams rose, merged with the crackle, and ended. Morvox marked the tunnel cleansed when the movement stopped. Beyond the Manufactoria, Refinery Gate Carl had become a fortress of bodies. Intercessors of Clan Dorvok held the gate line behind barricades of scrap iron and dead. Aggressors anchored both flanks, their armor blackened by heat, their gauntlets glowing from sustained discharge. The refinery gate itself was a slab of riveted metal 2 stories high, and the dead had piled halfway up it. Poxwalkers climbed the mound in tides, slipping on blood, clambering over burning comrades, chewing at one another in their urge to reach the defenders. Bolt rifles fired in disciplined rhythm. A skull burst. A torso opened. A jaw spun away, trailing tongue and teeth. The next body climbed over the ruin. Heavy bolt pistols hammered at close range. Chainswords revved and bit into meat. Flamers turned the front ranks into blackened puppets, but the pressure of the horde drove the burning bodies forward until they collapsed against the barricades. The dead were building their own siege ramp out of themselves. Brother Harthan, an aggressor with his left shoulder plate cracked and leaking servo fluid, stood at the left gate pier and poured fire into the mass. Poxwalkers reached him through the flame. Their hands clawed at his armor. He crushed one skull in his fist. Another sank broken teeth into his gauntlet, trying to chew through ceramite. A third crawled under his firing arc, with half its body missing, and wrapped its intestines around his ankle as though they were cables. Harthan looked toward Morvox. Gate pressure unsustainable. Then make the dead lighter. Harthan aimed both Flamestorm gauntlets downward and fired into the corpse mound. The lower layers ignited. Fat, gas, and plague fluids cooked together. The mound detonated outward in a foul blast, showering the gate yard with burning limbs and wet fragments. A severed head struck Morvox's pauldron and bounced, off, still smiling. The defenders did not cheer. They reloaded. Far beneath the gate, the Purge entered the hab tunnels. Morvox saw them first on a servo skull feed. Their armor was dark and corroded, less swollen than the warriors of the First Plague Company, marked with the severe iconography of extermination. They moved through the lower shelters with chem burners and plague sprayers, weapons carried like tools of sanitation. They did not laugh with the Poxwalkers. They did not sing. Their silence was doctrinal. One of them paused over a family clan sealed behind a blast door. Men had welded it shut from the inside, perhaps believing metal still held meaning. The Purge Marine placed a chem nozzle through a vent slit and depressed the trigger. Pale vapor filled the chamber beyond. The pict feed showed bodies convulsing through the small window in the door. Men hammered on the metal. An old clan patriarch with both legs replaced by tracked augmetics rolled forward, firing a stubber through the slit until his eyes burst and his head struck the controls. Boys with crude metal hands clawed at the walls. Their bionics continued moving after their bodies stopped, fingers tapping clan distress codes against the floor in mechanical panic. The Purge Marine watched until every movement ceased. Then he marked the door with a toxin rune and continued. To the Purge, Medusa was not a city. It was infestation. To them, Medusa itself was a nest of stubborn organisms clinging to heat, breath, and reproduction. They did not cherish decay as abundance. They did not love the wet garden of their patron as Typhus and his plague kin did. Their hatred was colder. Life was noise. Life was error. Life was the galaxy refusing silence. They had come to correct it. Morvox led the counterstrike down through the Manufactoria spine. His squad broke through maintenance gates with melter charges, advanced through pipe vaults filled with steam and screams, and killed anything not transmitting a clean Iron Hands code. Mortals begged from behind mesh cages and collapsed machinery. Some reached through the bars toward him. Some showed clan sigils. Some held up children. Some had no visible symptoms. Morvox ignored them until they blocked his squad's firing lane. Then he gestured. A servitor with a loading claw seized the nearest group and hurled them aside. One struck a pressure valve and folded around it with a snap of spine. Another was crushed under an ammunition carrier that did not deviate from its path. Their cries receded behind the Iron Hand's advance. A Purge Marine emerged from the steam ahead, chem weapon raised. Morvox's first shot struck the traitor's helm and cracked the grille. The second punched into the chest plate and detonated beneath the armor, blowing footed fluid through the seams. The warrior staggered, but did not fall. His chem sprayer fired. A fan of pale toxin washed over Brother Cadron. Cadron's armor seals held for 2 heartbeats. Then his left knee joint corroded open. The toxin entered. Flesh beneath black ceramite blistered and dissolved. Cadron severed his own leg at the thigh with a chain blade before the corruption climbed farther, crashed to one knee, and kept firing from the floor. Morvox closed with the Purge Marine. The traitor swung the chem weapon like a club. Morvox caught it on his forearm, drove his combat blade under the breastplate, and twisted until the weapon bit into something dense and wet. The Purge Marine headbutted him. Ceramite struck ceramite. Morvox's helm display flickered. He drove the blade deeper, then fired his bolt pistol into the wound. The traitor's abdomen burst outward. Black blood and organs spilled across the floor. Still, the Purge Marine tried to trigger a secondary canister on his harness. Morvox stamped on his wrist and crushed it flat. Brother Cadron, bleeding through his severed leg stump, fired from behind and blew the traitor's right shoulder apart. The Purge Marine fell against a pipe bank, still alive. Morvox seized him by the throat grill and dragged him upright. "Objective," Morvox said. The traitor's helm lenses stared back, dull and yellow. "Objective." The Purge Marine laughed. It was not joyful. It was dry, ugly, and full of black blood. The sound scraped through his damaged grill and became a bubbling cough. Morvox tightened his grip, denting the armor around the throat. "You are dying," Morvox said. "All things are," the traitor replied. Morvox drove the point of his blade into the crack beneath the helm and began to lever. "Speak." The Purge Marine's laughter thickened. Blood ran from the grill in slow strings. "You think we came to kill you?" Morvox said nothing. "No," the traitor whispered. "We came to make you keep living with what we leave behind." Morvox tore the helm free. The face beneath was barely a face. Skin shrunk tight in places, swollen in others, eyes filmed yellow, mouth black with clotted blood. Morvox put a bolt round through it. The head vanished from the jaw upward. A priority alert entered his helm before the body hit the floor. Emergency Medicae vaults compromised. Morvox opened the feed. Medusa's Medicae vaults were beneath the central shrine stack, shielded, stocked, and sealed for mass casualty events. They held surgical servitors, gene stabilizers, blood tanks, augmetic graft stores, and the wounded from the first hours of the assault. They also held too many exposed bodies in too small a space. The Purge had reached them before the Iron Hands. Picked fragments showed medical aisles slick with yellow condensation. Surgical servitors twitching at their stations. Wounded men strapped to slabs, their bodies swelling beneath restraint bands. A Medicae attendant tried to amputate an infected arm, only for the severed limb to crawl back across the table and clamp itself to his face. Blood tanks curdled. Gene samples blackened in their vials. A row of injured auxiliaries sat upright at once, mouths opening in identical smiles. The vault doors remained sealed. A tech marine's voice entered the channel. "Medicae vaults have become incubator risk. Estimated outbreak magnitude severe if breached." Morvox checked the location. Too deep for a ground assault without unacceptable delay. Too central to ignore. Clan Command transmitted a solution from orbit. Morvox acknowledged it without pause. Above Medusa, an Iron Hand strike vessel adjusted its angle through the chemical storm. Its lance fired once. The beam struck the central shrine stack and pierced downward through armor, rockcrete, sanctified iron, and prayer seals. For an instant, the entire district became white. The Medicae vaults vaporized in the earth. Wounded men, healers, servitors, gene stores, plague organisms, all reduced to a column of fire and falling stone. The blast wave rolled through the lower manufactoria and threw Morvox against a wall hard enough to crack the corpse blood drying on his armor. When the tremor passed, the screams from that direction had stopped. A mortal voice broke into a local vox band, sobbing, enraged, half mad. "You killed your own wounded." Morvox rose. "No," he said, though the speaker was not on his command channel and would not hear him. "We denied them." That was the truth of the Iron Hands. They stood between Medusa and something worse, and their salvation resembled murder because murder was often the cleanest instrument left. By the time the lower manufactoria were secured, Medusa had been saved only in the way an amputated limb was saved from gangrene by being thrown into a furnace. The western habs were gone. The Medicae vaults were glassed. The refinery gate held behind a rampart of charred dead. The lower shelters had been mapped in red and black. Purge resistance continued in pockets, but their chemical saturation had failed to consume the whole settlement. Poxwalker masses still clawed at sealed gates. Servo turrets fired until their barrels glowed. Kill servitors dragged corpses into burn pits. Refugees were sorted into lines by exposure probability, not innocence. Half of Medusa pulsed red on the hololith. Morvox stood in the ashfall near a quarantine barrier, while Iron Hands engineers raised black walls across streets that had once connected clan districts. The barriers were thick, Some hammered the plates. Some shouted clan names. Some held up purity tags. Some simply stood in silence, understanding better than the others. The order came through the Dorvok command net. Permanent quarantine. Morvox looked at the map. The settlement had not fallen. Therefore, the settlement had succeeded. Behind the new walls, a man began to scream as symptoms took him. Then another, then many. The Iron Hands did not open the gates. Far to the west, beyond, the poisoned industrial haze and the corpse smoke of Medusa, the storm over the Deadlands turned a deeper green. Auspec's ghosts moved through it, heavy and patient. Vol's warband had abandoned the obvious route. Typhus's design unfolded beyond the burning city, aimed toward older iron, holier engines, and the sealed pride of the chapter. The Gorgon's forge lit its outer defense web. Morvox watched the distant sky flash with the first answering guns. Medusa lived by inches. The forge had begun to bleed. Spukari did not sound like war. That was what made it hateful. Across Medusa, battle had become thunder, engines, shell impacts, bolter detonations, vox screams, and the grinding of armoured columns over fields of dead. Spukari offered none of that honesty. The land of shadow swallowed sound before it could become meaning. Wind moved there without voice. Snow drifted upward from the black ground into the low bruised sky, flakes of ash ice rising as though the world had reversed its own breath. Jagged ruins leaned beneath the storm, half buried in ancient frost, their angles too precise to be natural and too wrong to be imperial. The place remembered things it had no right to remember. Machine skeletons lay beneath transparent sheets of polluted ice, vast rib cages of alloy and unknown ceramics, limbs jointed for shapes that no human logic had designed. Some twitched when the false snow touched them, old weapon housings turned by fractions beneath centuries of burial. Optic lenses, dead since before the Imperium's rise, opened and closed in the dark. There were roads without destinations, towers without doors, archways that led into stone and sometimes into voices. Vox signals drifted through Spukari on dead frequencies. A man laughing before the Horus heresy. A command code issued to a regiment that had ceased to exist before the Great Crusade reached its height. A child reciting Binharic prayers in a dialect not recorded in any forge archive. A warrior saying the name of Ferrus Manus as if he still lived. Iron Father Odramek Thol heard all of it and hated it without emotion. He moved at the center of a black column, a venerable dreadnought whose sarcophagus bore the scars of ages and the sigils of Clan Dorvok, Clan Raukan, and older councils whose banners had been melted down for bolt casings. His chassis was broad, brutal, and ancient, plated in adamantium and black ceramite, sanctified with oil, machine scripture, and kill tallies engraved by servo claw. One arm ended in a power fist large enough to crush a battle tank hatch inward. The other bore a heavy plasma cannon fed by reactor vanes that glowed behind devotional shielding. A cyclone rack sat above his sarcophagus like a crown of restrained catastrophe. Within the coffin, what remained of Odramek Thol floated in amniotic dark. He had been flesh once, and had despised the memory so thoroughly that only its utility remained. Pain came to him as translated data, temperature as tactical adjustment, fear as a theoretical weakness observed in lesser organisms. The past came in fragments, but one fragment endured with perfect clarity, not as comfort, not as relic, as commandment. Ferrus Manus, wrath made flesh and iron, standing beneath a sky of war. Weakness must be annihilated. Odramek carried that sentence deeper than any prayer. Around him advanced tech marines, servo skull clouds, gun servitors, cybernetic sensor beasts, and veteran terminators in black plate. Their armor was old, the kind of armor that remembered corridors where Horus had still been called brother by fools. Chain fists growled, Volkite weapons hummed, thunderhammers rested low. Their helms were expressionless, their movements heavy and exact. If Spukari was haunted, the Iron Hands had brought harder ghosts. The first sign of the enemy was not contact, it was geometry. A tech marine ahead of the column halted beside a collapsed arch of black stone. His mechadendrites lifted, lenses focusing. Lines had appeared on the ground beneath the upward falling snow, scraped into frost and old dust with impossible precision. Circles nested within broken heptagons. Angles folded around each other in patterns that hurt the organic parts of the mind. The markings had not been there a moment before. They had always been there. Both facts registered as true, which meant the pattern was a warp infection and therefore deserved only destruction. Corruption locus, the tech marine voxed. Recommend immediate thermal denial. Odramek's sarcophagus vox answered with a grinding burst. Approved. Before the order could become fire, the stone arch began to bleed. Black-green oil seeped from the carvings, rising upward at first with the snow, then falling in heavy ropes onto the ground. It spread through the summoning lines, filling them, feeding them, making them shine with a dull, wet light. The air thickened, the silence tightened. A bell rang somewhere beneath the ice. The cleaved appeared without drop pod, without teleport flare, without the honest violence of impact. They were simply present. Pale armor stood within the geometry, sealed from helm to boot, marked by corrosion and old oaths, inverted into blasphemy. Oil leaked from every joint. It ran from elbow seals, knee plates, gorgets, backpack vents, weapon housings. It pooled around their feet in slick halos. Their helms were still. Their lenses showed no light. They carried bolters, plague blades, axes, and weapons that might once have been imperial, but had been made patient by rot. They did not breathe. They did not chant. They stood like armor that had outlived the thing inside it and kept walking out of spite. At their center came the Grave Harbinger. He was taller than the rest, or seemed so, because the space around him bent in small, reluctant ways. His armor was the color of bone submerged in oil. Long strips of parchment hung from his pauldrons, but the writing on them crawled away from Odramek's autosensors. His helm was smooth, almost featureless, with only a narrow grill where a mouth should have been. From that grill poured black fluid in slow threads. In his right hand, he carried a rusted blade that did not drip blood, but memory. In his left, a censer of sealed iron swung without sound. The Grave Harbinger turned toward the buried north, where beneath kilometers of ice, shadow, and ancient scrap lay the Telstarax interface node. Odramek understood at once. Enemy objective confirmed, he voxed. They seek orbital linkage, advance, destroy the vector. The Terminators opened fire. Storm bolters filled the dead silence with disciplined wrath. Mass reactive shells struck the cleaved and burst across their armor, punching craters into pale ceramite, cracking helms, tearing open torsos. Volkite beams lashed through the formation, reducing one warrior's chest to a glowing ruin. A chain fist revved as a veteran charged and drove it into the abdomen of a cleaved marine, splitting him from waist to sternum. No organs spilled out. Oil poured from the wound. Flies crawled out with it, wings slick, bodies black. Behind them came shredded parchment like wet skin, strips of fibrous tissue covered in tiny letters. The cleaved Marine looked down at his opened body as though observing damage to a gate. Then he raised his bolter and fired point blank into the veteran's helm. The Loyalist's head burst inside the Terminator plate. Bone and brain matter splashed against the inner collar seal and spurted through the broken lens. The body remained standing until a second shot detonated through the throat joint and dropped it. Odramek's plasma cannon screamed. The blast struck the wounded cleaved and turned him into white sunfire. Armor boiled. Oil ignited. The figure collapsed inward, but even then, one arm crawled free of the molten mess, fingers dragging across the ice until a servitor crushed it under a tracked tread. The battle unfolded without battle cries. The iron hands advanced by order and firing lane. The cleaved advanced by inevitability. Chain fists split pale armor open. Thunderhammers caved in breastplates. Heavy flamers washed black oil across the ruins and set it burning in greasy sheets. The cleaved answered with bolter fire, plague blades, and that terrible endurance that did not resemble courage because courage still belonged to the living. A cleaved warrior took a thunderhammer to the helm. The skull inside, if skull there was, should have become pulp. The helm flattened, cracked, and leaked oil from every seam. The warrior staggered, then drove a plague knife under the hammer-bearer's arm joint. The Loyalist's armor seal blistered. His bionic arm locked, then twisted backward with a shriek of torn metal. The cleaved Marine pressed closer, forcing the infected blade deeper until the Loyalist's shoulder assembly burst outward in a spray of blood, black oil, and snapped augmetic cabling. Odramek crushed the cleaved under his power fist. The body broke flat. It still twitched. "Insufficient," Odramek growled. He crushed it again. The ruins of Spukari woke to the violence. Beneath the ice, machine skeletons convulsed. A long buried thing unfolded from a trench of translucent frost, rising on 6 broken limbs. Its body was a crescent of black alloy, its head a cluster of lenses, its back lined with weapon spines that had no imperial designation. It shrieked in a language of malfunction and old murder. Another machine beast erupted from a wall that had not contained enough space to hold it. Its limbs were blades. Its chest opened to reveal a furnace heart full of blue light. A third dragged itself from beneath a collapsed pylon, half skeletal, half liquid metal, striking at anything that moved. The Tech Marines reacted instantly. Command codes speared into the noosphere. Ownership litanies, binding rights, suppression strings, fragments of ancient machine dominance recovered from vaults too dangerous for ordinary war. Iron Hand's data spikes stabbed at the awakening monsters, seeking to enslave, pacify, or at least redirect them. The cleaved infected the same moment. They spilled oil across the ground and into cracks. The grave harbinger lifted his silent sensor, and black fumes threaded into the machine beast's exposed joints. The oil crawled like a living thing, finding sockets, lenses, weapon ports, memory cores. Where it touched, the ancient machines shuddered. Their blue lights turned green at the edges. The result was not control. It was slaughter. The first machine beast leapt into the Iron Hand's line and tore a gun servitor in half, its claws passing through armor and meat with obscene ease. The servitor's legs marched 2 steps after the upper body had been ripped away, its torso spraying blood and nutrient sludge over the snow. A Terminator drove a chain fist into the beast's flank, and the weapon jammed in alloy that flowed around it like muscle. A cleaved Marine stepped beside them and fired into both, killing neither cleanly but crippling both enough for the beast to finish the work. Odramek fired missiles into the second machine monster. The explosions tore away armor plates and revealed mechanisms beneath, gears, fiber bundles, pulsing light, and structures that looked too much like ribs. It screamed and cut through a knot of the cleaved, slicing one pale warrior into 4 sections. Oil burst across its blades. The oil smoked, then sank inward. The machine monster turned toward the Telstarax node. The Grave Harbinger walked beneath its shadow untouched. A tech marine named Valas moved to intercept, red lenses burning beneath his black helm, mechadendrites lashing around him like iron serpents. He fired a melter burst that burned through one of the beast's limbs. He sent a dominance code into its wounded machine spirit. For one instant, Odramek's sensors registered compliance. Then a second beast struck from the left. It caught Valas in 4 bladed limbs and lifted him from the ground. The tech marine did not scream. His armor locked. His mechadendrites stabbed into the thing's neck and chest, still transmitting attack code. The machine beast pulled. Valas came apart in pieces. One arm tore free first, trailing cables, blood, and strings of muscle. Then a leg. Then his torso split as the beast unfolded him limb by limb, opening his armor and body like a schematic. His bionics continued to function. Target data flowed from his severed helm. Enemy movement, node distance, oil vector density, machine beast structural weaknesses. His heart stopped, but the augmetic processors in his spine kept transmitting for 8 more seconds. Odramek received the data. Useful, he voxed. The praise was not kindness. It was the highest form of acknowledgement available. He fired his plasma cannon through the structural weak point Valas had marked. The machine beast's furnace heart detonated. Blue-green fire washed across the ruin, vaporizing the tech marine's remaining flesh and throwing fragments of ancient alloy through the cleaved formation. The Grave Harbinger reached the buried stair. It had opened during the battle, or perhaps the cleaved had convinced Spukari to remember it. Black steps descended beneath the ice, each one engraved with machine script that changed when observed. At the bottom, shielded, behind cracked adamantium petals and coils of pre-imperial design, lay the Telstarax interface node. It was not large. That made it worse. A sphere of black metal floated above a nest of cables, rotating slowly. Around it hung broken control crowns, skeletal throne frames, and dead sockets where human operators might once have surrendered their nervous systems to a machine in the sky. The node pulsed faintly, connected by impossible channels to the ruined orbital structure above Medusa. The Grave Harbinger approached. Odramek saw him through 3 feeds at once, his own optics, a servo skull already dying from oil infection, and the last functioning lens of a pinned Terminator whose lower body had been cut away. The Harbinger placed one gauntlet against his own chest plate and opened it. There was no body inside, only darkness, parchment strips, flies, and a slow reservoir of black-green oil. He fed the oil into the node. The effect was immediate. High above Medusa, the Telstarax moved. Across the orbital ruin, ancient mass driver housings shuddered awake. Dead targeting arrays turned by fractions. Power bled through systems that should have remained inert until the sun burned out. The node sang a false machine prayer into the void, and the void answered with corrupted alignment data. The Telstarax began turning its ancient weapons toward Medusa's surface. Odramek calculated response options. Direct assault would not reach the node before transmission completion. Conventional fire risked accelerating the corruption through feedback. Withdrawal preserved assets and surrendered the objective. No option satisfied victory. Therefore, he selected a forbidden one. "Bring relic canister Tholblack 7 from containment," he ordered. A tech marine froze for less than a heartbeat. "Iron Father, that vault is sealed by quarantine edict." "Edict overridden. The Rad Phage will compromise loyalist forces within the basin. Then they are already expended." A tracked servitor crawled forward through fire and oil, carrying a sealed relic cylinder in both arms. Its plating was inscribed with warning prayers, hazard runes, and Iron Council lock marks. The thing inside had not been made for war against flesh alone. It had been made to kill persistence, to eat motive force, to turn active systems into dead matter, and dead matter into poison. Odremek opened the canister with his own fist. The Rad Phage came out as colourless light. It did not roar. It did not explode. It expanded in a thin, silent wave across the ruins, passing through stone, armour, ice, and meat. Where it touched the cleaved, their oil ignited from within. Pale armour split. Flies burst into sparks. Parchment tissue curled and blackened. One cleaved marine tried to take another step and collapsed into ash shaped like a warrior. The ancient machine beasts died badly. Their furnace hearts dimmed. Their limbs seized. Their weapon spines discharged into their own bodies. One tore itself apart, trying to obey three contradictory instincts: Iron Hand's command, cleaved infection, and its own feral hunger. Another sank through the ice and continued screaming after its head had melted. The Rad Phage touched loyalist forces too. Gun servitors slumped as their implants cooked. Cyber mastiffs froze mid-stride and fell smoking. A Terminator's armor locked around him, internal systems dying, flesh trapped in a metal tomb that would not open. His vitals spiked, then vanished. Two tech marines transmitted damage reports until their vox organs failed and their reactor packs went cold. Odremek felt the wave pass through his chassis. Warning runes flooded his sarcophagus. External sensors failed. One leg actuator slowed. His plasma feed stuttered. Inside the coffin, his remaining nerves registered pain as a distant, irrelevant fire. The Grave Harbinger stood at the node, burning. Oil poured from him in sheets. His armor cracked, but did not fall. He turned his smooth helm toward Odremek. For the first time, he spoke. The voice was not loud. It sounded like oil dripping inside a sealed room. "The iron remembers rot." Odremek advanced, dragging one damaged leg. "The iron remembers vengeance." His plasma cannon would not cycle. His missiles were offline. His fist still functioned. The Grave Harbinger raised his blade. Odremek struck the node instead. His power fist closed around the floating sphere and crushed. The interface screamed. Not mechanically, not spiritually, both. The Telstarax above shuddered as the link tore. The buried chamber filled with black light. The Grave Harbinger swung, cutting deep into Odremek's sarcophagus plate, but the Rad Phage had hollowed him. His blade lodged without reaching the ancient loyalist within. Odremek slammed the ruined node into the Harbinger and drove both into the floor. The chamber collapsed. Stone, ice, oil, dead machines, and loyalist wreckage crashed inward. Spukari swallowed the battle without ceremony. Above ground, the land of shadow became still again. Upward snow drifted through columns of rad-poisoned air. The dead quarantine basin spread in a perfect, silent circle, killing every remaining sensor beast that tried to crawl from it. The Telstarax did not fully awaken. Its mass drivers froze halfway through alignment. Its corrupted machine prayer broke into fragments. Orbital systems screamed, sparked, and died back into ancient silence. But before the link was severed, before the ruined node crumbled in Odramek's fist, Before the rad phage consumed the last of the infected signal, one firing solution escaped. It traveled through dead relays, through corrupted orbital memory, through the plague scar left in the sky. Coordinates. Not the Gorgon's Forge, not Medusa, not Spookari. The eye of Medusa. The Gorgon's Forge entered war as though it had been waiting all its life for permission to hate. It rose from Medusa's black spine in tiers of iron, basalt, adamantium, and sacred industry. A mountain fortress whose roots sank into furnace caverns and vault levels older than most imperial oaths. Storm-harvesting towers crowned its ridges, skeletal and immense, drinking lightning from the poisoned sky and vomiting the stolen power into shield engines buried deep beneath the rock. The clouds above it boiled green and black, slit open again and again by white fire as the forge drew the storm into itself and made war from weather. Void shields ignited across the outer bastions in overlapping domes of pale force. Ash, plague rain, burning wreckage, and rust spores burst against them in shimmering waves. Macro cannons rotated upon fortress shoulders the size of hab blocks. Their barrels tracked plague hulks descending through the storm belts. Titan-killing defense batteries lifted from armored silos, each weapon attended by servitors, tech marines, and chanting machine thralls whose bodies were welded into their stations. Across hundreds of miles, targeting runes aligned, recoil anchors bit into bedrock, and the forge's wrath became a calculation. Clan Harmech held the outer defense web. They were kin to all Iron Hands in blood, gene seed, and hatred, but their reverence for the machine was sharpened to a near-religious cruelty, even by the standards of Medusa. Their tech marines did not offer prayers for deliverance. Hope was an inefficient emission. They spoke in Binharic litanies that were equations of annihilation. Each burst of machine canter proof of target, velocity, mass, penetration, casualty expectation, and acceptable structural loss. Their servo arms moved like execution limbs. Their red lenses burned beneath black helms as they walked among guns larger than cathedrals, correcting the aim of engines that could crack mountains. Iron Captain Varric Dorvok stood in the Western Command Bastion and interfaced directly with the Forge's outer noosphere. Pain lanced through his skull as his systems accepted Harmech data architecture. It was harsher than Dorvok's, stripped almost entirely of symbolic indulgence. The Forge did not request. It demanded. Varric allowed the pain to enter, categorized it, and buried it beneath utility. His command displays bloomed in his sight. Enemy mass, corrosion indexes, shield stress, ammunition expenditure, plague vector density, internal purity alarms, loyalist deaths, expected loyalist deaths, inevitable loyalist deaths. The Death Guard approached through the toxic deadlands. They came as a slow rot made visible. Lord Septivar Vol's warband emerged from the ash storm below the Forge's western escarpment, not in a charge, not in disorder, but as a diseased tide moving with the patience of grave soil. Behind them rolled plague-burst crawlers, their mortar barrels lifting through the murk. Bloat drones circled like swollen carrion insects. Corrupted rhinos ground forward over black rock. Lines of plague. Marines advanced beneath banners so soaked in filth they hung like dead skin. Around their feet swarmed mortals, poxwalkers, plague cultists, infected renegades, and things that had once been ogrins before disease had swollen them into brutes of meat, pus, and ruptured muscle. Vol saw the Forge through his broken helm lens and loved its arrogance. It blazed at him with shield light and gunfire, a fortress that believed itself purified by iron. Its towers clawed lightning from the sky. Its walls were etched with the contempt of generations. Somewhere within those sealed vaults were relic engines, sacred weapons, old machine cores, gene-locked manufactoria, and iron wonders the sons of Manus trusted more than their own hearts. Good. Trust was simply another surface upon which corruption could grow. "Begin," Vol voxed. The plague-burst crawlers fired. Their mortars spoke in a staggered rhythm, deep and wet, each shot kicking the demon engines down into their own suspension as shells climbed into the poisoned sky. The projectiles vanished into storm cloud, then reappeared as descending blots of diseased metal and trailing vapor. They struck the void shields in waves. The first shells burst against the shield skin and became spreading stains of filth. Slime crawled across force fields where nothing physical should have clung. Bone fragments spun and scraped against the luminous barrier, carried in eddies of plague pressure. Shrapnel fat with corruption detonated again and again, each burst splashing symbols of decay across the shields in crawling shapes that writhed before dissolving into static. The shield domes shimmered, held, then darkened in patches like bruised flesh. The forge answered. Macro cannons fired. The sound was not thunder. Thunder was too small. It was the voice of the mountain being weaponized. Shells screamed outward from the bastions, crossing miles in heartbeats, smashing into the advancing Death Guard lines and the corrupted armor behind them. One plague-burst crawler took a direct hit through its upper hull. The shell punched into its mortar compartment and detonated inside. The demon engine vomited green flame, armor plates, bones, and half-living organs across the basin. Its tracks kept grinding for several seconds after its body was gone. A defense laser cut a plague hulk from the sky. The falling mass split apart under sustained beam fire and rained burning metal across the Deadlands. Varric watched fragments fall, adjusting impact calculations. The Death Guard had used wreckage as contagion before. No debris was trusted. Every piece became target or quarantine marker. Outer shield contamination increasing, a Harmech Tech Marine reported in harsh Binharic, rendered into tactical low Gothic. Surface adhesion impossible by physical law, warp taint confirmed. Rotate shield harmonics, Varric ordered. Vent contaminated load through grounded pylons, sacrifice pylon clusters judged compromised. Compliant. 3 storm harvesting towers overloaded deliberately. Lightning trapped in their spines reversed direction. The towers became white hot, then burst apart, shedding molten iron into the abyss below. The contaminated sections of shield flared, screamed through the noosphere, and cleared. Vol watched the towers die. The iron hands cut out infection quickly. That too was expected. He sent the first waves forward. Cultists ran because they still possessed the illusion that speed mattered. Poxwalkers shambled because the dead had no need of haste. Plague ogrins lumbered with hooks, slab shields, chain axes, and mining drills fused into their swollen arms. Infected mortal renegades staggered beneath packs of ammunition, rusted icons, and explosive harnesses. They poured across the forge killing fields in a mass of disposable flesh. They were not expected to survive. They mapped the ground by dying. Minefields erupted beneath them. Men and dead things vanished in fountains of mud, bone, and red vapor. A plague ogrin stepped on a grav mine and was crushed into the ground so violently his body burst sideways, spraying organs and shattered ribs across a dozen nearby cultists. A line of poxwalkers entered an invisible rad field and began smoking from within. their smiles melting down their faces as they kept walking until their legs cooked away. Heavy bolters in the outer curtain wall opened fire, soaring through the mass. Autocannons hammered, bodies into paste. Frag storms tore the front ranks apart. Still they came. The dead piled in trenches, on mine plates, against razor wire, beneath kill walls. Their bodies filled gaps. Their blood revealed laser trip lines. Their corpses clogged flame gutters. Their weight collapsed weak sections of ash crust. Every death gave Vol's warriors information. Every heap of meat became a bridge. Every spread of corpse matter carried spores into the forge's outer works. Varric read the pattern at once. "Do not expend precision fire on chaff masses," he ordered. "Use flame, fragmentation, and ground denial. Preserve anti-armor reserves." "They are filling the approach trenches with bodies," a Harmech officer voxed. "Then burn the trenches before they become roads." Promethean projectors along the outer bastions opened. Rivers of white-orange fire poured down into the killing fields. Corpse piles ignited, fat rendered. Steam rose thick and greasy. Poxwalkers walked burning until their muscles split, then crawled until their bones charred. The plague ogrins died harder. One came through the fire with its belly open and its face burned down to the skull, dragging a chain axe with both hands. A Lascanon took its head off. Its body ran 7 more paces before collapsing against the wall and bursting. Vol committed armor. Corrupted rhinos rolled through gaps mapped by the dead. Plague-burst crawlers ground forward under counterfire. Fetid engines bounded through smoke, vomiting filth from weapon mouths. Behind them came the plague marines, unchanged by the slaughter before them, bolters raised, axes low, plague knives drawn. Varric released the counterattack. Iron Hand's armor moved from hidden sallygates in perfect formation. Predator annihilators took the forward line, their Lascanons drilling through corrupted vehicles with ruthless accuracy. Repulsor executioners drifted above broken ground, guns layering fire by range and target density. Razorbacks supported infantry advances with storm bolters and assault cannons. Land raiders ground forward like black altars of war, disgorging veteran squads in heavy plate. Sicaran relic tanks cut across the flank with predatory speed, their accelerator autocannons hammering diseased armor until plates blew outward in strips. The basin became an engine of slaughter. A Lascanon beam pierced a demon engine's front carapace and exited through its rear in a stream of molten rot. The thing screamed, not through Vox, but through every vent at once. An autocannon barrage caught a squad of plague marines crossing a ridge, hammering one apart piece by piece until only the lower half remained standing in the ash. A dreadnought of Clan Harmech charged a plague tank, crushed its weapon mount with a power fist, then tore open the crew compartment. The things inside spilled out in ropes and were pounded into the ground beneath the dreadnought's feet. Servitor crews died silently at their stations. A plague shell landed beside a gun platform and sprayed its crew with corrosive slime. The servitors' flesh dissolved from their metal skeletons, faces sliding from skulls, muscles dropping in wet strips, but their implanted command loops kept them loading. One continued to feed shells into a cannon after both arms had been burned down to blackened bone and piston. When the last of its organic matter failed, the machine stopped, still upright, still obedient. Vol walked into the fire. A shell exploded near him, coating his armor in fragments of plague cultists and Iron Hand's shrapnel. He paid it no mind. Ahead, the forge wall had taken damage. Not much. Enough. A breach had opened where corpse mass, crawler fire, and warp filth had weakened an outer gate shrine. Iron Hands veterans moved to seal it, black armor shining through smoke, bolters firing in measured bursts. Foal gave the signal. The death shroud entered the breach. They appeared from the plague murk like grave markers given motion. Terminator armor, swollen and ancient. Man Reapers held in both hands, silence around them so complete that even the battlefield seemed to recoil. They did not speak. They did not run. They advanced through bolter fire, through flame awash, through the bodies of cultists dying underfoot. The Iron Hands veterans met them without retreat. Power axes rose, chain fists ignited, thunder hammers thundered. The collision at the breach was intimate and hideous. A death shroud swept his Man Reaper in a low arc and cut through an Iron Hands veteran's legs at the thigh. Ceramite, bionic pistons, femurs and blood came apart together. The Loyalist fell and fired upward until the Man Reaper descended again and split him from shoulder to hip. Another death shroud took a chain fist through the abdomen. The weapon chewed into his armor and opened him wide. No cry came. He placed one gauntlet on the Loyalist's helm, held him still, and drove his scythe point through the gorget. The blade emerged from the back of the Iron Hand's neck, trailing blood, spinal cabling, and glistening nerve tissue. One death shroud killed an entire squad without speaking. He moved through them like a harvest engine. First cut, arm and weapon gone. Second cut, helm and head removed together. Third, a reversed stroke through the chest of a sergeant whose bionic ribs sparked as they split. A fourth Loyalist drove a power blade into the death shroud's side. The traitor looked down, then kicked the Iron Hand hard enough to cave in his breastplate. The man's back struck the wall with a wet metallic crack. His organs burst out through the broken armor seals. The breach filled with Loyalist dead and black-armored reinforcements. Varric saw the danger. He also saw the purpose behind it. Their objective is not wall collapse, he said. A tech marine answered in Binharic. Varric translated the implication before it finished. Relic Vault approaches. Deep within the forge, alarms awakened in sealed levels. The Death Guard did not need to steal every sacred machine. They did not need to understand Harmech's relic engines or master the vault locks. Infection was a simpler victory. Corrupt a command altar. Seed a manufactorum core. Breathe rot into an old engine's intake. Make the Iron Hands doubt the purity of one sacred system, and they would have to seal, burn, or dismantle 100 more. That was the true assault. A biologous putrefier came through the second wave, surrounded by plague marines and waddling corpse thralls carrying canisters. His armor was swollen with glass vessels, injector limbs, and bubbling reservoirs.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
He laughed softly as he worked, not with joy, but with professional appreciation. He raised a canister of violet-green fluid and fired it from a pressure lance into the breach. The mist touched Iron Hand's armor and did not immediately kill. That made it worse. Brother Corlin of Clan Harmech was the first to report anomaly. His left arm was augmetic from shoulder to fingertips, a beautiful instrument of black alloy, nerve plugs, and pressure force. The mist entered the elbow joint, where a plague blade had scored the seal. The arm spasmed. Then it felt. Corlin had not felt pain in that limb for 80 years. Every gear tooth became a knife. Every actuator became a tendon being flayed. Every rusted microfracture screamed along neural pathways that should not have existed. His bionic fingers clenched so hard they crushed the grip of his bolter. He staggered, and a plague marine's axe caught him across the chest. The plague spread through augmetics like a blasphemous miracle. iron hands who had cut away weakness found weakness growing back inside metal. Nerve sensation blossomed in steel. Pain rooted in pistons. Phantom flesh returned inside chrome. A warrior with both legs replaced fell screaming as his knee assemblies rusted and suddenly told his brain they were being chewed. Another tore at his own mechadendrite harness as the cables writhed with impossible sensation. Each line and nerve ending dragged across broken glass. The biologus putrefier clapped his injector claws together. "Beautiful," he rasped. "They taught the iron to forget pain. We remind it." Varric felt the first trace of it through his left hand. A flicker, a false nerve awakening in the augmetic knuckles. He looked down as the fingers twitched. The sensation was sharp, intimate, insulting. He severed the sensory feed at the shoulder interface and crushed the pain beneath command discipline. "Augmetic plague confirmed," he voxed. "All compromised warriors are to isolate from clean systems. Breach units exposed beyond threshold are forfeit." A squad of iron hands still held the inner gatehouse. They had been touched by the mist. Their movements were becoming irregular. Their firing rate dropped. One slammed his helm into the wall repeatedly, trying to discipline pain that had no rightful source. Another begged to be released from his own arm. The plea lasted less than a second before shame cut it off. Varric marked the gatehouse black. "Seal them inside." The order passed through the noosphere. Heavy doors crashed down on both sides of the breach pocket, trapping loyalist and traitor together. Iron hands inside turned at once, understanding. Some continued firing into the Death Guard. Some looked toward the ceiling plates and gave acknowledgement runes. None asked to be spared. Varric keyed the Prometheum systems. Flame poured from both sides. The gatehouse became a furnace. Death Guard, iron hands, corpses, plague mist, and sacred machinery vanished behind white fire. The screams entered the noosphere through damaged helm feeds. Varric did not mute them. He amplified them across the local command network as warning data. Each cry carried markers of symptom onset, seal failure, sensory corruption, and terminal discipline. It was not memorial, it was instruction. In the furnace, a death shroud silhouette continued moving for several seconds, scythe raised, black against the flame. Then a melter charge detonated and erased it. The forge held. Not cleanly, never cleanly. Its outer bastions were cratered. Its shield pylons bled electricity. Entire trench lines had become canals of diseased sludge and burned meat. Harmech tech marines sealed vault approaches with layered locks and kill rites. Servitors dumped contaminated relic housings into rad furnaces. Dreadnoughts stood ankle-deep in traitor remains, their fists dripping with pulp and rotten oil. The breach was closed by fire, metal, and the bodies of warriors who would never be recovered. Vol stood beyond the western wall, battered, blackened, and pleased. His assault had failed to take the forge. His warband had suffered. The death shroud had paid in honoured silence. The biologus putrefier was gone, reduced to a smear beneath a dreadnought's foot after releasing his plague. The killing fields were impassable with dead. The iron hands guns still fired. The Gorgon's forge still stood. Yet Vol had seen the vault alarms. He had heard the iron hands scream when their iron remembered pain. He had watched them burn their own infected brothers rather than risk one corrupted system. That was not defeat. That was infection at the level of doctrine. His vox clicked. The voice that entered was wet, immense, and patient with the sound of wings beneath every word. "Septivar Vol," said Typhus. Vol lowered his head amid falling ash. "My lord, the forge remains in loyalist control. As it should. Vol's damaged helm lens flickered. The strongest assets are fixed here. Harmech, Dorvok armor, relic engines, dreadnought reserves. They will not disengage quickly. No, Typhus said. They will guard their sacred iron while the wound opens elsewhere. Vol looked toward the north, where the storms hid the eye of Medusa beyond ranges of ash, mountain, and orbital shadow. Understanding moved through him like rot through a sealed wound. The coordinates from Spukari, he said. Received. Behind Vol, the Death Guard guns fired another plague burst volley, not to win the siege, but to keep the forge looking west. The shells climbed, burst, and spread filth across the shields. The Iron Hands answered with disciplined fury, spending wrath, ammunition, attention, and ancient machines exactly where Typhus wished them spent. Far from the forge, within the hidden geometries of corrupted transmission and plague sorcery, teleport beacons began to toll. The traveller was no longer at the gate. He was beneath the eye. Cardan Stronos came home through a sky full of rot. His strike cruiser burned across the outer veil of Medusa, with its void shields bleeding light from a dozen plague impacts. The hull had been struck before it entered high orbit. Its starboard lance gallery was blackened and venting atmosphere. Its dorsal gun shrine had been cut open by infected debris from a dead plague hulk, the wreckage burrowing into the ship's armor like a parasite seeking bone. Warning klaxons sounded through decks that had already been depressurized twice. Servitors walked through smoke with their skin on fire, unaware of pain, carrying shell crates to batteries that no longer had crews of flesh. Stronos stood upon the command deck, mag locked to the iron floor, one gauntlet locked around the command rail as the ship shuddered beneath another impact. The view before him was not the Medusa he had left. It was Medusa made into a wound. The planet turned below, black and iron grey beneath storm continents that now glowed with corpse-green contamination. The Felgarthi steppe burned in multiple places. Medusan pulsed with emergency sigils, half of its districts dead or sealed. The Gorgon's forge flared beneath its void shields while plague-burst munitions crawled and burst against them like sickness trying to enter a body through the skin. Spukari had vanished beneath a spreading dead circle of rad glare and noospheric silence. Above the world, the Telstarax twitched in fractured orbital shadow, its ancient systems flickering between dormancy and blasphemy. Medusa had not fallen. It had been touched. That was worse. A plague impact struck the strike cruiser's lower decks. The command deck tilted. A mortal helmsman broke from his restraint harness and struck the edge of his console hard enough to split his skull. His body fell in a spray of blood and bone chips. The console continued accepting input through the dead man's spinal plug until a servitor dragged the corpse aside and connected in his place. Internal contamination on Deck 9, a tech marine reported. His voice was Benharic first, Gothic second, emotion nowhere. Organic crew compromise probable, machine infection unconfirmed, boarding growth spreading through ventilation and ammunition feeds. Stronos did not turn from the viewport. Seal Deck 9. Surviving armsmen request extraction. Denied. The tech marine transmitted. Through internal picts, Stronos watched Iron Hands boarding teams move through the infected deck in black armor, bolters raised, flamers primed. The enemy had not boarded as warriors. It had boarded as matter, spores in cracked conduits, flies behind armor seams, liquefied remains of dead plague debris creeping into air recyclers. Mortal crewmen had swollen at their stations, throats distending, eyes running black. One tried to speak and vomited a stream of flies across a bulkhead. Another had fused to an ammunition hoist, his fingers grown into the shell casings, his mouth repeating a Vox phrase stolen from some long-dead ship. The boarding team burned them. Then the deck itself rebelled. Cable bundles split and leaked yellow fluid. Autoloaders snapped like jaws. A shrine to the machine spirit began to laugh through the mouths of 3 dead adepts whose bodies knelt before it. The Iron Hands advanced without change in formation. They placed melter charges, executed survivors, cut out infected cogitator banks, and withdrew only after the blast doors sealed behind them. Stronos gave the final order. The cruiser vented Deck 9 into space. Bodies, fire, machine fragments, ammunition crates, infected vapor, and screaming crew remnants burst from the vessel's flank and froze in Medusa's orbit. 100 men died, perhaps more. The number passed across Stronos' retinal feed was noted, categorized, and absorbed. Necessary loss. Acceptable loss, but not meaningless loss. That distinction mattered. The ship descended through war. Its escorts traded fire with plague craft beyond the defense lattice. Iron Hands gunships launched from its hangars and dropped like black knives toward the eye of Medusa. Stronos entered his Thunderhawk while the strike cruiser still burned, surrounded by veterans in black plate and tech marines whose mechadendrites sparked with active command code. The gunship tore free into a storm of flak, spores, and orbital ash. Twice it was struck. Twice it corrected. Beneath it, the eye rose from Medusa's brutal crust, a fortress of black iron and old stone, set among mountains that had been carved, reinforced, and weaponized by generations of pitiless suns. The landing bay had no honor guard. It had corpses, burn marks, kill servitors, and quarantine lines painted in fresh black sealant. Stronos stepped onto Medusan stone and tasted poison through his helm filters. Home. The word entered him unbidden and was immediately reduced to component values. Origin point. Strategic center. Gene seed cradle. Trial world. Symbolic anchor. Cultural weapon. Vulnerability. A vulnerability could be fortified. It could not be dismissed without cost. He walked to the Iron Council chamber beneath the eye, while the fortress shook with distant impacts. Servo skulls preceded him, scanning for infection. Cyber mastiffs prowled the corridor edges. Iron Hands stood aside as he passed. Some were wounded. Some had armor eaten open by plague corrosion and patched with crude adamantium plates. One battle brother had lost both legs and hung in a suspended harness, still operating a defense grid through spinal cables. None offered greeting. Respect did not require noise. The Iron Council was already at war with itself when Stronos entered. The chamber was vast, circular, and dark, its walls layered with black iron, machine script, clan sigils, and sealed alcoves where ancient dreadnoughts stood in council like idols of controlled hatred. Hololithic displays filled the central pit, each one bleeding red and amber. The clan companies argued not with raised voices, but through binharic bursts, data feeds, probability chains, casualty ledgers, doctrinal citations, and cold logic. Mortal men would have mistaken the speed and violence of the exchange for chaos. It was not chaos. It was calculation, attacking calculation. An Iron Father encased in a sarcophagus older than many chapter keeps spoke through a vox grill that rasped like stone dragged over bone. Mortal Medusa is a compromised asset. Relocation of defense priority recommended. Preserve gene seed vaults. Preserve relic arsenals. Preserve the Eye. Preserve Gorgon's Forge. Abandon unsalvageable population zones. Another councillor answered in Binharic, then rendered the statement in Gothic for those present in flesh. Medusan exceeds recovery threshold. Spukari lost to rad phage and warp contamination. Outer clan routes unstable. Mortal defense contribution now negative in several sectors. Population attachment impairs efficient response. A third voice, dry and ancient, emerged from a dreadnought whose sarcophagus bore kill marks from wars no living serf could name. The planet is not sacred. The chapter is sacred. Preserve the chapter. Stronos entered the circle. The debate did not stop. It bent around him. He looked upon the hololith. Medusa rotated in fragmentary agony. Medusan crippled. Spukari contaminated. Gorgon's forge breached in 3 confirmed places and 1 probable false breach masking infection. Telstarax unstable. Multiple clan migration corridors infected or cut by tectonic rupture. Plague organisms multiplying beyond conventional containment. Atmospheric drift carrying unknown spores through the volcanic storm belts. Bionic corruption spreading among exposed warriors. Poxwalker outbreaks contained by fire in some places, by walling in the living in others. The first plague company holding the forge's attention. The purge reduced in Medusan, but not extinguished. The cleaved signal severed too late. Every datum was a wound. Every wound demanded a knife. Iron Father Odramek Thol joined the council as a damaged noospheric presence before his ruined chassis was physically dragged into the chamber. His dreadnought body came on a heavy grav cradle, half blackened, 1 leg gone, sarcophagus plate scarred, systems bleeding static from rad phage exposure. Servitors guided him into a council alcove, while tech marines cut away dead cabling and fused new feeds into his frame. He had survived Spukari because survival was sometimes another word for refusal. His vox came alive in bursts of iron pain. "Open the vaults of Medusa!" The chamber stilled by a fraction. Odramek's broken sarcophagus hissed. Full authorization, nanophage arsenals, rad engines, pre-imperial suppression storms, vaulted extermination code, archaeotech denial weapons. Release them. Saturate Spukari. Saturate infected roots. Saturate Medusan if necessary. Purge the planet beneath the plague. 1 Iron Father transmitted agreement before Odramek finished. Victory probability rises by 17.6 tactical bands. A tech marine corrected the symbolic metric into a binaric probability stream. Stronos ignored the refinement. The vaults were sealed for cause, he said. Odramek's optic lenses burned in the gloom. Cause is lesser than survival. Survival of what? The chapter. The chapter does not exist apart from Medusa. Several council feeds rejected the statement at once. Data contradicted, refined, objected. Gene seed could be removed. Relics could be relocated. Armories could be transferred. Fortress assets could be abandoned under protocols of denial. Chapter, by strict material measure, could endure the loss of its homeworld. Stronos let the objections pass through the noosphere. Then he answered, "You calculate the chapter as seed, steel, and oaths. Insufficient. Medusa is not sentiment. It is pressure. It is the trial that shapes our recruits. The wound that reminds us what weakness costs. The anvil against which our doctrine proves itself. Abandon it in function, and we preserve inventory while losing instrument." A dreadnought councillor rumbled. Emotion detected. "Yes," Stronos said. The word struck the chamber harder than shell impact. He did not soften it. He did not apologize for it. He did not allow it to rule him. He named it, contained it, mastered it, and made it serve. Emotion detected, he repeated. Measured, bound, applied, not indulged. Odramek's vox clicked like metal teeth. Dangerous doctrine. Only when uncontrolled, Ferrus Manus taught strength through iron. Ferrus Manus died with rage in his hands and betrayal before him, Stranos said. We honor him poorly when we mistake denial for mastery. For a moment, no councillor spoke. Outside, something struck the fortress shields and died screaming across every vox band. Stranos stepped closer to the hololith. We will not defeat Nurgle by poisoning Medusa beyond recovery. We will not answer rot by making our own world a corpse and calling the silence victory. That is not strength. That is surrender by another ritual. Odramek's sarcophagus vents hissed. Then name the weapon that preserves purity without expense. There is none. Then name the price. All prices are acceptable. Only failure is not. The words passed through the noosphere, copied, sealed, distributed. They became command structure. Stranos began to move the war. Clan feeds aligned before him. He did not ask for obedience from each company, as though negotiating with lesser lords. He imposed a single battle calculus and gave every clan a place within it. Clan Dorvok would release the Anvil of Karl and 2 lesser land behemoths into marked corridors as bait, drawing Deathguard armor into zones already written off by quarantine edict. Clan Harmech would hold the Gorgon's Forge visibly, loudly, violently, allowing the enemy to believe it remained the primary obsession. Clan Garsak would prepare tectonic demolition charges along unstable fault arteries awakened by the Deathguard torpedoes. Clan Raukan would harden the approaches to the eye and seed false weakness into the western underways. Clan Cargill would bring reserve dreadnought talons from stasis, even those too unstable for ordinary war. Every clan would yield rivalry to geometry. The council absorbed, recalculated, and accepted because the plan was cruel enough to be plausible. The Iron Hands would allow Deathguard forces to advance, not everywhere, not blindly, into chosen wounds. Regions already judged unsalvageable would become jaws. Quarantine sectors would be widened deliberately. Mortal routes would be closed before their occupants had finished fleeing if delay improved enemy draw probability. Tectonic charges would collapse volcanic corridors. Orbital fire would glass plague concentrations once shield interference cleared. Rad walls would rise behind advancing traitor units, sealing them inside basins of poison and black stone. Armor spearheads would overlap from 3 axes, crushing what remained between land behemoth guns, predator lines, repulsor batteries, dreadnought fists, and disciplined melter strikes. It was not defense. It was amputation arranged as ambush. A mortal world might have wept to hear it. The Iron Council refined it. Collateral population loss severe, 1 Tech Marine transmitted. Population already compromised in projected corridors, Stranos said. Gene recruitment loss projected across 3 generations. Accept. Relic exposure risk at Forge Breach remains. Harmech will seal inward vaults and hold outer contamination in place. They are to display resistance but conserve deep reserves. Dorvok behemoths may be lost. Dorvok understands utility. Varric Dorvok's icon answered from the Forge front, cold and immediate. Clan Dorvok complies. Stranos assigned Morvox's quarantine companies to mobile execution and counter-outbreak suppression along retreat denials. He assigned wounded Iron Hands with sealed armor breaches to sacrificial forward posts, not because they were dishonored, but because their exposure made their continued use mathematically urgent. He authorized limited vault release under triple council lock. Radphages, but only in dead basins. Nanosuppression, but only against confirmed machine corruption. Forbidden archaeotech, but under immediate destruction orders if control certainty dropped. Odramech objected again. Half measures preserve enemy vectors. Total measures preserve nothing worth defending. You speak of worth. I speak of strategic identity. Words. Foundations. The ancient dreadnought's silence became grudging acceptance. Around the chamber, the Iron Council's fragmented streams converged. Independent clan logic, cold rivalries, old grudges, and divergent thresholds narrowed into a single iron fist. For the first time since the Plague Fleet had broken the veil, Medusa's defense ceased to be 10 blades cutting separately. It became a machine of murder with one command impulse. Stronos felt the alignment enter his armor through the noosphere. It was not comfort, it was weight. He accepted it. The first orders left the Eye of Medusa and entered the war. Land behemoths changed course. Armor reserves powered up. Orbital vessels adjusted firing corridors. Quarantine walls locked. Mortal convoys were redirected without explanation into routes that would either preserve them or use them to draw plague pursuit. Infected districts received final warnings that were too brief to matter. Dreadnought sarcophagi opened in vaults beneath the mountains, and the dead within them woke to be spent. Across Medusa, the Iron Hands began to withdraw from places the enemy expected them to hold. Across Medusa, traps began to close around places the enemy wanted them to abandon. Stronos watched the hololith shift from red collapse to black design. Then the oldest dreadnought in the chamber coughed. It was a sound no dreadnought should make. The Councillor's sarcophagus stood in an alcove behind the eastern arc, sealed within adamantium, layered rites, and purity wards. He was ancient beyond easy dating, a warrior whose name had been replaced by function centuries before. His chassis had not moved during the debate. His data feed had been stable. His seals were unbroken. He coughed again. The sound came through his vox grill, wet and organic. Every weapon in the chamber turned toward him. A thin black line appeared beneath one sarcophagus vent. Fluid ran down the iron. Then the vent buckled outward from inside. Something pressed through it. Not metal, not cable. A fly crawled free. Then another. Then a stream. They poured from the sealed sarcophagus vents in a glossy black ribbon, wings beating against the cold chamber air. The dreadnought's vox opened, and beneath the choking static came bells, laughter, and the patient drone of a hive that had found meat inside iron. Stronos drew his axe. The hololith flickered. Deep beneath the eye, in underways no living serf had walked for centuries, teleport beacons began to toll in cycles of 7. Typhus had already arrived. Typhus did not bring an army into the Eye of Medusa. He brought an infection. The war above and around the fortress roared vast enough to drown lesser worlds. Armor columns burned in the poisoned distance. The Gorgon's forge hammered the western horizon with macro fire. Medusan choked behind quarantine walls. The land of shadow lay under dead rad light. Across the surface of Medusa, the sons of Manus gathered themselves into the cold geometry of counterattack, believing the plague to be outside them, before them, contained by walls, fire, and iron decision. Beneath the eye, in catacombs older than many of the chapter's remembered wars, the dark began to rot. The underways had not been built for human passage. They had been cut through black stone and plated with iron by generations of hands that despised weakness, then sealed, forgotten, reopened, and sealed again as the fortress grew downward into the mountain's bones. Statues stood in the corridors, not saints, not gentle icons, but stern machine-faced warriors, iron fathers of dead ages, each one rendered with blade, axe, or clenched fist. Dead council banners hung from vaulted ceilings, their fabrics stiff with dust and machine oil. Sarcophagi lined some halls, empty or occupied, each marked with kill tallies and sealed with sanctified adamantium. Machine altars pulsed in alcoves, attended by mute servitors whose exposed brains glistened beneath cranial plates. The teleport beacons told in cycles of 7. No loyalist system had lit them. They sounded from inside the stone itself, from buried geometry seeded through the Telstarak's transmission, from corrupted coordinates forced into the eye through cracks in memory and machine logic. Reality sagged in the oldest catacomb beneath the council chamber. Iron walls sweated moisture. Cogitator banks flickered. Machine altars began to chant in broken Binharic. Their sacred cadence dragged out of alignment until praise became fever. The air split. Typhus stepped through plague light. He emerged slowly, as if the universe were reluctant to give him shape, and more reluctant still to deny him. Cataphracti plate dragged shadow with it. Chains clinked against swollen armor. Sensors smoked from his back and waist. The blade of his man-reaper caught the dim lumen glow and made it sickly. Around him churned the destroyer hive, black and alive, crawling over his armor, disappearing into cracks, pouring out again in gleaming streams. Each insect was too real and not real enough. Their wings beat in vacuum echoes. Their legs clicked against ceramite, iron, bone, and the thin membrane between matter and damnation. Death-shroud terminators came behind him, silent as tomb doors. Blightlords followed, vast in corrupted plate, combi bolters locked against their fists, flails dragging, axes low. Sorcerous plague light guttered behind them as the rent closed, leaving the catacomb full of wet breath, bells, and the stench of an opened grave beneath summer heat. Typhus looked upon the iron statues, the banners, the sarcophagi. They built a crypt and called it discipline, he said. No one answered. No one needed to. The hive went first. It poured into ventilation grates, through cable ducts, along lumen housings, beneath altar plates, into the eyes of stone statues, through sarcophagus vents too narrow for dust. Servitors at the machine altars jerked against their restraints. One arched so violently, his spinal socket tore free in a spray of fluid and sparks. His back split from neck to pelvis, and flies hatched from the exposed column in a black gush, pouring out between vertebrae while his mouth still tried to recite a maintenance litany. Another servitor's skull swelled until the cranial plate popped loose. Wet grey matter bulged upward, crawling with larvae. The thing did not die at once. Its hands kept moving over rune keys, entering corrupted commands it did not understand, while flies streamed from its ears and nostrils. Above, aspirants stood guard in a lower antechamber. Boys not yet remade into angels of death, but already broken into the shape of obedience. The hive found them through the vents. They did not run. They locked formation with training blades and crude bolters. The first aspirant coughed once, hard enough to crack his ribs. He remained standing. The second began bleeding from both eyes. He remained standing. The third's throat ballooned beneath his skin, split, and released a clot of flies and red vapor. They died at attention. Their discipline outlasted their organs. Typhus walked over them when the plague procession reached the antechamber. One aspirant, dead but not yet fallen, blocked his path. The boy's eyes had burst. His hands still clenched his weapon. Typhus placed one armored palm against the corpse's face and pushed. The skull collapsed inward with a wet crunch, and the body toppled backward, rigid until it struck the floor. Even their children are nails, murmured a Blightlord. Nails rust, Typhus replied. The alarm finally became war. Bulkheads slammed down across the lower approaches. Null seals flared with hard blue light. Flame corridors ignited in the passageways ahead, burning clean promethium from recessed vents. Cybernetic kill cohorts deployed from wall cradles, their brass and black iron bodies unfolding around heavy weapons, chain blades, arc claws, and targeting skulls. The fortress had not been surprised like a mortal palace. It had been wounded in a place it believed sealed. There was a difference. Cardan Stronos reached the lower defense line with veterans at his back. He came not as ornament of command, but as the center of a killing engine. Black armor, iron hand, power, axe alive with restrained lightning, bionics locked into the eye's emergency noosphere. Around him marched Iron Hands veterans in heavy plate, Iron Fathers attended by servo skulls, dreadnoughts grinding through widened archways, and kill servitors whose lobotomized minds had been given one perfect command: deny. Stronos saw Typhus at the far end of the flame corridor, plague smoke curling around him, hive insects dying in the null fire and being replaced by more. The herald of Nurgle inclined his horned helm. "You cut away flesh to escape fear," Typhus said. His voice moved slowly through the vox, thick with hatred made patient. "Yet here you are, still afraid to rot." Stronos answered by raising his axe. "Fire!" The corridor became impact. Bolters roared from both sides. Iron Hand's mass-reactive shells hammered into Blightlord plate, cracking ceramite, bursting swollen flesh, splashing black blood across sacred walls. Deathguard combi bolters answered, their diseased rounds punching through loyalist armor and detonating in showers of meat, oil, bone, and augmetic fragments. A kill servitor took a bolt through its face and continued firing until its ammunition feed was severed. An Iron Hands veteran lost his left arm to a plague axe, sealed the stump with emergency heat, and rammed a grenade into the attacker's split gut before dying beneath a flail. Power axes sheared plague armor open. Man Reapers harvested heads, bionics, and shoulder plates in single sweeps. A death shroud cut through a veteran's chest from side to side, spilling blood, metal ribs, and pulped organs across the floor. The loyalist used his last second to clamp both arms around the scythe haft, pinning it long enough for a dreadnought to crush the death shroud against the wall. The traitor's armor burst under the fist in a flood of oil, corpse gas, and mangled meat. Still, he did not speak. Stronos advanced by denial, not ambition. He did not seek Typhus in a glorious charge. Glory was a distraction for warriors who needed witnesses. He ordered flame gates opened, then shut. He collapsed secondary tunnels with melter charges. He lured Blightlords into null seal pockets where their warp filth became heavier, slower, less certain. He fed kill servitors into the hive to clog it with metal bodies and dead flesh that did not fear infection. He sacrificed squads by location, not by name. The Death Guard came on. One Blightlord took a Volkite beam through his abdomen, his torso becoming a glowing cavern. He kept firing until a dreadnought's assault cannon tore his helm apart. Another was split by a chain fist from shoulder to hip, and from the opened body poured flies, intestine, and a rope of parchment stamped with tiny plague marks. The Iron Hand who killed him had no time to withdraw his weapon before a Man Reaper removed his head. The sacred walls of the eye became painted with black blood, red blood, grey brain matter, machine oil, and yellow plague slime. An Iron Father advanced in a Contemptor chassis, old and proud, plasma weapon blazing. He burned down 2 Blightlords and smashed a third flat beneath his fist. His vox spat Binharic condemnation with every stride. A death shroud met him before the western altar vault. The two collided with enough force to crack the floor. The Iron Father punched first. His fist drove into the Death Shroud's torso and caved armor inward. The traitor leaned into the damage, silent, pushing closer. His gauntlet shot forward, not toward the Dreadnought's weapon, but toward the sarcophagus plate. Fingers like rusted clamps punched through the seal line. The Iron Father's vox erupted in static. The Death Shroud tore. The sarcophagus opened. Inside was the ancient ruin of a space marine, little more than preserved hatred in a cradle of amniotic fluid, cable, and blackened bone. The Death Shroud reached in and dragged the remains outward. Tubes snapped, fluids sprayed. The Iron Father's body came free in pieces, torso first, spine trailing wires, skull still locked in a rictus of rage. The Dreadnought did not die at once. Its reactor spiked. Stronos saw the overload rune and transmitted clearance. Every loyalist in range threw themselves back or locked armor. The Iron Father's last act was not a scream. It was a command pulse. The reactor became a miniature sun. White fire filled the vault. The Death Shroud vanished with the sarcophagus, altar, banners, plague filth, and everything else within the blast radius. Stone turned molten. Iron ran in glowing streams. The shockwave punched through both lines and threw Stronos against a wall hard enough to fracture one of his internal braces. He rose before the pain report finished compiling. Typhus was still coming. He had not hurried. The hive boiled around him, thinned by fire, thickened by death, spreading through every breach. Behind him, plague sorcery opened old seals and drowned machine altars in rot. Ahead of him, the final threshold to the Iron Council chamber stood behind 3 bulkheads, 2 null fields, a ring of flame projectors, and the bodies of those already spent to keep him there. His aim was not merely to kill the Council. Stronos understood that now. Typhus wanted the noosphere. The command net of Medusa flowed through the eye. Clan orders, quarantine protocols, kill grids, retreat denials, orbital fire permissions, dreadnought wake codes, behemoth movement patterns, vault locks, and purity assessments. If Typhus breathed plague code into that heart, every command could become contagion. Every order sent to save Medusa could carry rot. Every Iron Hand's calculation could become a wound vector. Stronos keyed all local channels. Sever non-essential noospheric bridges. Prepare dead command fallback. All council feeds to isolation. A tech marine replied, "Delay will reduce planetary coordination." Accept. Loss of synchrony may compromise the hammer and anvil deployment. Accept. Typhus reached the first null field and lifted his Man Reaper. The field shrieked where the blade touched it. Black insects died in curtains. The air became full of burning wings. Typhus pressed forward, armor steaming, sensors cracking, and the field failed section by section. Stronos met him at the threshold. A lesser warrior would have made a speech. Stronos struck. His power axe bit into Typhus's pauldron and sheared away chains, bells, and a plate of corrupted ceramite. Beneath it was bloated flesh, grey and green, crawling with small black shapes. Typhus swung the Man Reaper in answer. Stronos did not try to match strength directly. He stepped inside the full arc, took the haft against his forearm, let armor crack, and drove a boot into Typhus's knee joint. Typhus shifted by a fraction, enough to prove he could be moved, not enough to fall. The return blow struck Stronos across the chest. The edge did not bite fully, caught by armor and a last instant parry, but the force hurled him backward through a half-melted statue. Stone shattered around him. Warning runes filled his sight. Toxin alarms howled. His left lung filter locked down. He rose. Typhus laughed softly. "You keep parts of yourself to hate," he said. "You keep scraps of meat so you may punish them. Such devotion." Stronos spat blood into his helm and routed oxygen through secondary systems. "You mistake restraint for mercy." "No," Typhus said. "I mistake nothing. I have watched empires cough themselves apart. I have watched iron gods plead when their seals failed. You are afraid because you know I am patient." Stronos triggered the flame corridor. Promethium erupted between them, around them, behind Typhus, cutting the threshold into burning segments. Death Shroud advanced through it. Kill servitors died firing into them. A dreadnought rammed one traitor into a furnace grate and held him there until both burned. Blightlords forced themselves through null seals and were crushed beneath collapsing adamantium gates. The defense was not stopping the Death Guard. It was buying seconds. Seconds were the currency of survival. Then Odramek Thol entered the chamber approach. He should not have been able to move. His dreadnought chassis was ruined from Spookari, one leg replaced by a locked support brace. Sarcophagus plate split, left side blackened by rad phage, systems bleeding corruption warnings. Servitors had dragged him into the eye for counsel, not battle. He came anyway, hauling himself by one fist and one grinding tread, plasma cores glowing within his damaged frame. "Odramek," Stronos voxed. "Withdraw from contact." The ancient Iron Father answered in a burst of static and contempt. "Denied." Typhus turned his helm. Another coffin with a corpse inside. Odramek charged. It was ugly, slow, and unstoppable for the span of 4 heartbeats. He smashed through a dying Blightlord, crushed a Plague Marine beneath his tread, and slammed into Typhus with his full mass. The impact drove both of them back from the council threshold. Odramek's power fist closed around Typhus's torso. Typhus drove the Man Reaper's haft under the dreadnought's arm assembly and tore upward. Armor split. Pistons snapped. Oil and amniotic fluid sprayed across the floor. Stronos saw the opening. He did not waste it. "Bulkhead quarantine. Now." The eye obeyed. Adamantium slabs fell from the ceiling and rose from the floor. Side seals crashed inward. Flame vents opened. Null wards flared to painful brightness. The approach to the council chamber divided into sealed compartments, each one becoming a tomb. Loyalists, traitors, dead, not yet dead, all locked inside separate boxes of fire and iron. Typhus tore Odramek open. The dreadnought's sarcophagus front peeled away under impossible strength. Within, the ancient remains of Odramek Thol floated in ruptured fluid, more machine than man, more will than either. The destroyer hive poured toward the exposed cradle. Odramek transmitted one final phrase into the noosphere. Weakness annihilated. Then he detonated the sanctified plasma cores in his own chassis. The explosion filled the quarantined approach with blue-white fury. It did not kill like flame alone. It erased. Plague smoke, flies, armor, stone, banners, blood, and iron were consumed in a sunburst trapped inside adamantium walls. The blast tore through 3 compartments, blew out 2 flame corridors, and punched Stronos from his feet. His helm blacked out for 2 heartbeats. When vision returned, the threshold was gone. So was Odramek. Typhus was not. He stood amid plague smoke and cooling plasma glare, armor cracked, one horn broken, chains hanging in molten strands. The destroyer hive around him was diminished but alive, crawling from cracks, from dead mouths, from the spaces behind ruined altars. His Man Reaper scraped the floor. Black blood ran down his armor and hissed where it touched the hot stone. He looked at Stronos through the smoke. Then he laughed, not loudly, not in defeat, not in victory, patiently. The surviving Death Guard began to withdraw into plague shadow, not routed, not triumphant, but complete in purpose. Typhus stepped backward through a wound in reality opening behind him, the hive folding around his massive shape. Stronos pushed himself upright and raised his axe, but the corridor between them was collapsing under quarantine locks and sanctified fire. To pursue would open the council chamber. To pursue would risk the noosphere. To pursue would answer insult with emotion uncontrolled. Stronos did not pursue. Typhus's final words came through every damaged vox speaker in the lower eye. Seal your halls, son of Manus. Guard your iron from itself. The plague light closed. Silence did not return. Only the sound of burning, venting air, dying servitors, and the distant cough of systems being amputated. Stronos stood before the sealed threshold, while tech marines enacted permanent quarantine rites. Entire underways were locked behind adamantium. Council access arteries were flooded with radwash. Machine altars were destroyed rather than cleansed. Sarcophagus chambers were welded shut with their occupants still inside, if corruption probability exceeded tolerance. The Eye of Medusa, sacred fortress of the Iron Hands, closed parts of itself forever. Stronos watched the first black seal mark burn into the bulkhead. The Death Guard had not taken the council. They had forced the Iron Hands to bury a piece of their own heart. The counteroffensive began without trumpet, prayer, or mercy. It began as a command pulse released from the wounded Eye of Medusa and carried through buried cables, orbital relays, gunship vox, dreadnought sarcophagus links, and the cold black noosphere of the Iron Hands. Across the planet, clan sigils aligned. Rival calculations were overwritten. Old grudges were locked behind necessity. Every clan company, every armor reserve, every behemoth engine, every servitor cohort, every mortal auxiliary formation still capable of walking, crawling, aiming, or dying in the proper direction received the same order: advance by design. Medusa answered with iron. The anvil of Karl emerged from the ash storm with two lesser land behemoths grinding in echelon behind it, their mountain tracks crushing plague corpses, broken vehicles, ice, stone, and the half-living remains of men who tried to crawl away beneath them. Their bastion guns traversed with ponderous majesty. Macro bolters raked the horizon. Lascanon arrays stabbed through fog. Missile shrines opened along their flanks and vomited contrails into the black sky. Servo skull swarms flowed ahead of them like silver insects, marking vectors, corpses, spores, heat blooms, and enemy armor. To the north, Clan Harmech held the forge approaches with shield fire and furnace guns. To the south, Clan Dorvok released armor columns from behind quarantine walls. From the east came predators and vindicators in black formations, their engines snarling through filters choked with ash. Repulsor executioners drifted above shattered rock, grav plates whining as they crossed fault lines that had not existed at dawn. Land raiders moved like war shrines, carrying veterans into the mouths of infected corridors. Relic Sicaran tanks cut across the flanks, too fast for their age, too hateful for grace. Dreadnought talons woke from smoke and ruin. They came in staggered lines, sarcophagi sealed, fists charged, assault cannons spinning, plasma weapons glowing like caged suns. Some were newly awakened from vaults beneath the eye. Some were damaged from the first hours of invasion. Some limped. Some leaked. All advanced. Above them, the Void War burned. Iron Hand strike vessels and system defense monitors traded fire with plague cruisers limping through corpse clouds. Orbital lances flashed downward where shield corridors opened. Plague hulks answered with infected debris, drop coffins, and clouds of demonic insects that moved through vacuum as if vacuum were merely another lung to fill. Billions of flies died against void shield static, each tiny body bursting into sparks of black light, and billions more came behind them, crawling along energy fields, hiding inside Vox echoes, and burning in the radiance of loyalist guns. Below, artillery turned the Felgarthi steppe into a boiling wound. The Death Guard had advanced exactly where the Iron Hands had allowed them to advance. They knew that was the worst of it. Lord Septivar Vol saw the shape of the trap in the enemy withdrawal. The routes were too clean, the abandoned ridges too useful, the silence of certain batteries too deliberate. The corpse-choked valleys ahead were not openings, but mouths. The Sons of Manus had marked whole regions of their own world as expendable and invited the plague into them with the precision of butchers laying meat beneath a descending blade. Vol admired them. He ordered the advance to continue. The Death Guard did not turn from a trap because it was a trap. Endurance was not ignorance. Inevitability was not speed. The Iron Hands wished to make a killing ground. The Death Guard would make the killing ground sick enough that victory would taste of rot for centuries. Plague-burst crawlers fired from behind ridges of corpses and half-melted rock. Their mortars thumped in diseased rhythm, sending shells arcing through green cloud and black ash. Iron Hands artillery answered from bastions, behemoth decks, and mobile gun shrines. The shells crossed in the sky like flocks of murder. Where they fell, the world ceased to be ground and became slurry. A plague-burst shell struck an Iron Hands trench and opened it from within. Men, servitors, gun mounts, ammunition crates, and rockcrete panels rose in a column of slime and bone fragments. The trench collapsed into red soup. An Iron Hands warrior climbed from it with one arm gone and his helm split open, half his face visible and stripped of skin. He took 2 steps, fired his bolt pistol into a poxwalker dragging itself toward him, then vanished under another blast that reduced him to metal fragments and steam. An Iron Hands plasma barrage struck an infected hillside. The slope flashed white, then glassed over in rippling sheets. Poxwalkers trapped on it burned into silhouettes beneath the new surface, still moving for several seconds under the transparent crust, fingers scraping uselessly upward. A grav battery targeted a plague-burst crawler that had survived 2 Lascannon hits and a melter strike. The air bent. The demon engine compressed slowly, tracks first, then hull, then mortar, crushed into a compacted cube of screaming metal and rotten flesh. Its final shot discharged into the ground at its own base and blew the cube apart in a spray of burning pus. Varric Dorvok watched the eastern basin through the anvil of Karl's command manifold. His left augmetic hand still carried residual false pain from the Forge Plague. He had sealed the nerve loop, but phantom sensation gnawed at the metal. He ignored it. Pain was a datum. Uninvited data could be discarded. Enemy spearheads entering quarantine corridors, Karl Black and Raukan Ash, a tech marine reported. Projected encirclement window narrowing. "Do not close yet," Varric said. "They will reach the behemoth guns." They must believe they have reached the behemoth guns. On the hololith, mortal auxiliaries retreated in ragged order across the bait routes. Some knew they were bait, some did not. It did not change their value. Medusan men fired old autoguns and mining lasers at advancing plague marines, fell back, fired again, and died when their pace failed. Poxwalkers reached the stragglers and pulled them down, biting through rebreathers, tearing at throats, forcing infected thumbs into eye sockets. The dead rose behind the retreat, swelling the tide. The iron hands did not rescue them. They counted how many seconds the auxiliaries bought. At the forge approaches, the armor clash began in full. Predator annihilators fired from hull-down positions, Lescannons drilling through corrupted rhinos and demon engines. A beam speared one rhino through its front plate, passed through the driver, the engine block, 2 plague marines in the troop hold, and the rear door, leaving a tunnel of molten metal and burning organs. The transport kept rolling until a Vindicator shell hit it and folded it inward. Vindicators advanced in brutal formation, siege shields carving through corpse piles. Their demolisher cannons fired at close range into Death Guard armor, each shot a thunderous obliteration of metal, flesh, and filth. One shell struck a squad of plague marines directly. 3 vanished. 2 became pieces. One remained upright with his torso opened wide enough that his swollen guts spilled onto the hull of a wrecked tank. He looked down at himself, pushed a loop of intestine back inside, and fired his bolter until a repulsor's heavy laser destroyer took his head and upper chest off in a burst of black gore. The repulsors skimmed above boiling ground, firing in layers. Heavy onslaught cannons chewed through Poxwalker tides. Icarus arrays stitched bloat drones from the sky. Plasma incinerators turned plague ogrins into ruptured mountains of meat. Land raiders drove through the smoke and disgorged terminators into the worst of the fighting. Black armored veterans with chain fists and thunderhammers who entered the corrupted trenches like executioners descending into a charnel house. Tank crews interfaced directly with their machines. Inside a Predator of Clan Garsak, the driver's neural plugs cooked as engine heat climbed beyond tolerance. His flesh blistered along the spine. He did not disconnect. His hands had been removed decades before. His will drove through the machine spirit instead. He aligned the hull a final fraction before his nervous system burned out. The Lescannon gunner fired through the correction and destroyed a Foetid bloat drone that would have breached the flank. The driver died with the tank still moving, his brain smoking inside its socket, his last command absorbed by the machine. Inside a Land Raider named Iron Certainty, a shell impact flooded the crew chamber with burning hydraulic fluid. The gunner's lower body ignited. His legs, already replaced by interface cabling, melted into the floor sockets. He continued tracking targets through the pain until his organic heart failed and the autoloader took his final spinal twitch as authorization to fire. The shot killed a Death Guard hellbrute trying to claw open the assault ramp. The Purge chose that moment to end the step. Their remaining chemical engines had been hidden behind plague cloud, towed into a low valley carved open by the first torpedo strikes. They were not ornate. They were not joyous. They were black, functional, and vile. Vast pressure cylinders mounted on crawler rigs, each one marked with extermination sigils and dead tally script. Around them moved Purge Marines, with the severe calm of executioners preparing a planet-sized gas chamber. Their commander raised one gauntlet. The cylinders opened. A wall of toxin rose from the valley, not a cloud, but a weather system, thick yellow-grey, veined with green. Lightning. It rolled toward the Felgarthi steppe, heavy enough to drown trenches, corrosive enough to eat seals, and vast enough to turn the Iron Hand's own quarantine corridors into mass graves. Men exposed to its fringe collapsed at once, lungs liquefying, skin blistering beneath armor, augmetic sparking as nerve plugs dissolved. Stronos saw it from the eye through orbital feed and did not curse. He had nothing so wasteful left in him. Atmospheric payload confirmed, a tech marine said. Spread rate exceeds ground containment. Forge, Medusan remnants, and Eastern Hammerline at risk. Orbital platforms Charon, Select, and Voss remain in partial station keeping, Stronos said. They are damaged beyond recovery. Then they retain utility. The chamber understood before the order was fully spoken. 3 orbital defense platforms, each already infected, burning, or half dead from the Void War, received final command override. Their surviving crews did not receive evacuation. Their machine spirits were given a last trajectory and a kill hymn. Thrusters flared. Guidance systems screamed. One platform tried to resist, its infected cogitator spitting plague cant through the noosphere. Iron Hands boarding survivors aboard it detonated their own command shrine and restored obedience for 8 seconds. 8 seconds was enough. The 3 platforms fell from orbit. They tore through the plague-dark sky as burning continents of metal. Defense lasers cleared a path around them. Plague ships tried to shoot them apart and failed to stop their descent. They struck the dispersal front one after another along the valley line. The first impact turned the leading toxin wall into a pillar of ignited poison. The second shattered the cylinder fields and hurled purge engines into the air like broken toys. The third punched deep into the fault scar and opened a volcanic artery beneath the valley. The sky caught fire. Toxin burned in a rolling sheet above the steppe. The purge marines beneath it vanished in light, their black armor outlined for a heartbeat before pressure, flame, and chemical backlash ripped them apart. The atmospheric payload did not disperse cleanly. It died screaming across the storm front, leaving behind a rain of acid ash and burning gas that killed loyalist and traitor alike beneath it. Stronos marked the platforms expended. No honor roll followed. There was no time. At the corrupted relay station near the old Telstarax approach, Morvox led the Terminator assault. The station had once been a maintenance shrine built into a basalt pillar, its upper arrays aimed toward the dead orbital structure. The Cleaved had reached it through hidden geometry, rising from old summoning lines as black oil filled the floor channels. Their pale armor stood among relay pylons and cracked machine altars, oil pouring from their joints, soaking cables, drowning runes, feeding a signal upward. The Grave Harbinger had returned from Spukari diminished, but not ended. His armor was burned by rad phage and crushed in places by ancient collapse. One pauldron hung loose. Black oil poured from a rent in his chest that revealed no organs, only darkness and parchment tissue sliding over itself like wet pages. He stood before the main relay core, one gauntlet sunk into the machine, feeding it infection. The Telstarax signal flickered overhead. Morvox entered through the lower wall with Thunderhammer and Chainfist veterans at his back. No challenge, no warning. The Iron Hands opened fire. Stormbolters hammered the Cleaved. Assault cannons turned pale armor into riddled plates. Heavy flamers washed the chamber in white fire. The Cleaved came through it with the silence of drowned corpses. Chainfists split them open, spilling oil and flies instead of organs. Power fists crushed helms that did not need skulls. One Terminator lost his arm to a plague axe and used his remaining hand to hold the attacker still, while Morvox placed a melter shot into both of them. The explosion fused loyalist black and traitor pale into one burning mass. The chamber filled with oil. It rose from ankle depth to knee depth, reflecting flame, muzzle flash, and the dead stars above as if the floor had become a black sea. The oil crawled up armor. It sought joints and seals. It whispered in Binharik beneath the range of hearing. Morvox felt it bite at his greaves and marked the sensation for later removal. The grave. Harbinger turned from the relay. "You are late, Iron," he said. Morvox advanced. "You are residue." They met at the center of the chamber. The Harbinger's blade struck first, cutting across Morvox's chest plate and leaving black oil burning in the wound. Morvox answered with his power fist, catching the traitor in the side and driving him through a relay pillar. The impact cracked the station floor. Oil surged through the fractures. The Harbinger rose without urgency and drove his blade into Morvox's thigh joint. False pain screamed through the augmetic. Morvox severed the feed and brought his bolter down one-handed, firing into the Harbinger's helm at contact range. The helm shattered. There was no face inside. Only flies, darkness, and a strip of parchment that unfolded from the empty space and wrapped around Morvox's wrist like a tongue. Morvox gripped the traitor with both hands. Structural integrity, he voxed. A Terminator, fighting with a plague knife buried in his throat seal, sent the answer in a burst of static. Floor supports compromised. Abyss beneath. Rad heat severe. Acceptable. Morvox triggered the melter charges planted by his veterans during the entry advance. The floor vanished. Basalt supports cut through by melter fire gave way beneath loyalist and traitor alike. The relay core screamed as its cable snapped. The chamber dropped into a rad-hot abyss lit by volcanic glare and old reactor waste. The cleaved fell in silence. Terminators fell firing. The grave Harbinger clung to Morvox, blade still lodged in his armor, black oil streaming upward as they plummeted. Morvox drove his combat blade into the Harbinger's chest cavity and twisted. The traitor's grip loosened. They struck different ledges in the falling dark. Morvox's armor shattered through rusted machinery and black stone before impact systems saved what could be saved. The grave Harbinger disappeared into the red glow below, trailing oil and flies into the abyss. Above them, the relay station collapsed inward. The Telstorax signal broke into static. No second firing solution escaped. On the Felgarthi's step, Vol's spearhead was encircled. The trap had closed around him with beautiful cruelty. Land behemoths on one side, forge guns on another, dreadnought talons advancing through the corpse fields, armor spearheads overlapping from the north and east. Behind him, rad walls burned. Before him, loyalist guns walked their fire inward step by step. He did not order surrender. The concept did not exist in him. His death guard refused to die quickly. Dreadnoughts waded into them, turning plague marines into industrial wreckage beneath power fists. One loyalist machine seized a plague marine by the helm and waist and pulled until the traitor came apart in a rope of spine, guts, and black fluid. The plague marine's hands kept stabbing at the dreadnought's wrist with a knife until the fist crushed the upper body flat. Another dreadnought smashed a blight lord through the side of a corrupted rhino, then was swarmed by 3 plague marines who jammed plague knives into its knee actuators, hip seals, and sarcophagus vents. The dreadnought crushed one, burned another. The third climbed onto its chest and drove a blight grenade through a cracked viewing slit. The sarcophagus burst outward in a spray of amniotic fluid, cooked meat, and ancient bone. The fighting slowed because the bodies made speed impossible. Iron hands advanced over mounds of dead. Death Guard fought beneath collapsed armor. Poxwalkers crawled under tank treads and jammed them with their own bones. Servo skulls exploded in clouds of flies. Melterguns fired so close that loyalist and traitor armor fused together before both bodies collapsed. A plague marine with no legs dragged himself beneath a vindicator and detonated his own swollen torso, blowing out the tank's underside. A clan Harmech dreadnought answered by stepping on the remains and grinding them into the ash until nothing recognizable remained. Vol stood at the center of the shrinking pocket, armor broken, plague blade raised, one arm hanging by tendon and cable. He saw the iron hands closing. He saw the fault lines glow beneath them. Then Stronos sprang the final trap. Across Medusa's wounded crust, charges planted by Garsak sappers, servitor drills, and tech marine maniples detonated along unstable fault arteries awakened by the first death, guard torpedoes. The explosions did not simply break the ground. They persuaded Medusa to remember its hatred. The invasion corridors collapsed. The Felgarthi steppe opened in red lines miles long. Volcanic chasms split beneath poxwalker tides, plague tanks, diamond engines, cultist remnants, purge survivors, corrupted rhinos, and entire knots of Death Guard infantry. Thousands vanished into magma and radfire. Poxwalkers fell laughing. Plague ogrins clawed at collapsing stone until their hands burned away. A plague-burst crawler tipped nose first into a fissure, fired one last mortar shell into the sky, then slid into molten light and exploded beneath the surface. Demon engines shrieked as lava entered their hulls. The sound was almost joy. Iron Hand's armor halted on pre-marked basalt shelves as the earth died before them. Those that had miscalculated by even a meter fell with the enemy. No rescue was attempted. Their icons winked out, added to the price. Foal saw the chasm open before him. For a moment, he seemed to laugh. Then a tectonic wall rose in fire between him and the advancing dreadnoughts. His remaining warband vanished behind steam, ash, and green flame. Some fell, some endured. Some were buried alive in quarantine basins that would be sealed before the smoke cleared. The Death Guard line broke, not in panic, never in panic. It came apart as a diseased body comes apart under the saw, each piece still dangerous, each remnant still infectious, each retreating element leaving filth in the wound. Plague ships in orbit began withdrawal burns. Ground forces disengaged beneath corpse fog. Bloat drones released their last payloads and threw themselves into shield pylons. Blight Lords formed rearguards and died slowly. Poxwalkers filled the gaps with their bodies and smiles. The Iron Hands had achieved the counter-offensive. The enemy assault was shattered. Medusa had not been taken. The forge still stood. The Eye still commanded. Medusan still breathed behind walls of black quarantine. The Telstarax was silent again. The planet's greatest guns still belonged to the sons of Manus. Far above the world, aboard a plague ship bleeding smoke into the void, Typhus watched the tactical icons fade, collapse, withdraw, and burn. His armor was cracked from the eye. One horn had been broken. The destroyer hive still crawled over him, diminished but growing again inside vents, wounds, and the mouths of dead crew thralls. Around Medusa, red quarantine zones expanded across the map. Sealed corridors, dead basins, rad phage circles, black oil abyss, contaminated forge trenches, Medusan's condemned districts, underways of the Eye locked forever, regions unreachable without unleashing what slept inside them. The Iron Hands had closed the trap. They had also sealed the wound. Typhus smiled behind his helm. Below, Medusa burned, infected and unconquered. That had always been enough. The Death Guard did not flee from Medusa. They withdrew as rot withdraws from the surface of a wound, sinking deeper, leaving the flesh discolored, swollen, and untrustworthy. Their ships burned in orbit and still they turned with the patience of dead things. Their ground columns broke apart beneath Iron Hand's fire, and still their remnants moved in patterns that were not panic. Plague fog rolled from ruptured demon engines and drowned the ash plains in green vapor. Corpse detonations burst behind retreating formations, not to kill the pursuers alone, but to blind auspex, foul ground, scatter infected bone into the wind, and deny clean confirmation of anything that had died. Morvox watched a Death Guard rearguard disappear into the fog ahead of him. His helm lenses had been replaced while he was still conscious. The old helm had been cracked in the fall beneath the relay station, its right side crushed inward against the remains of his face. The apothecarian serfs had cut the broken plate away from his cheek with saws that sparked against embedded ceramite. They had removed the torn flesh, the shattered cheekbone, the ruined jaw hinge, and one organic lung filled with black oil vapor and rad-burned blood. He had not requested pain suppression. It had been applied only where trembling degraded the surgical efficiency. Now the right side of his face was a raw graft of exposed reinforcement struts, sutured muscle, and fresh augmetic socketry beneath the helm seal. One lung was gone. A replacement pump, crude and trusted, clicked beneath his ribs with every breath. His remaining flesh burned. His nerves shouted damage reports that his discipline converted into silence. Yet the memory troubled him, not the loss. Loss was function corrected. The pain had made him fight harder. When he had fallen with the grave harbinger into the rad-hot abyss, when black oil had crawled into his armor and false nerve fire had filled his augmetic thigh, when his face had broken against old machinery and blood had filled his throat, something within him had not receded into cold calculation. It had sharpened. It had hated. It had wanted to live long enough to kill. Morvox distrusted the revelation. Emotion was a blade. A blade could serve. A blade could also slip. The fog ahead opened as Iron Hand's flamers washed through it. Prometheum became a moving wall of white-orange fury, pushing corpse mist back from the killing ground. The Death Guard rearguard came into view. 7 Plague Marines stood among broken stones and poxwalker heaps, their armor ruptured, weapons raised, bodies sagging beneath wounds that would have ended cleaner warriors hours before. Behind them, infected renegades crawled away through the ash, dragging ammunition crates, plague canisters, and their own entrails. Morvox lifted his bolt rifle. Fire by file. The Iron Hand's line obeyed. Bolter rounds struck the rearguard in disciplined sequence. The first Plague Marine lost his helm in a burst of black blood and bone shards. His body remained standing, firing from the hip, until a second volley tore both arms away. The second was hit by a melter burst from the flank and became a pillar of boiling armor, fat and steam. The third tried to laugh through a shattered grill as a grav weapon folded him down into the ground, compressing his swollen body until he ruptured like a sack of filth beneath a tank tread. The others advanced. They did not run. They did not plead. They came through fire as if the act of dying slowly were a sacrament. One drove a plague knife into an Iron Hand's serf before Morvox cut him apart with 3 shots. The serf looked down at the wound and understood. His face hardened. He raised his own pistol toward his chin. Morvox fired first. The serf's skull burst across the ash. Exposed, Morvox voxed. Denied. The rearguard died by increments. Every corpse was burned. Every puddle of black fluid was burned. Every Iron Hand's warrior who had received breach contact was marked and sent to isolation or execution. Mortal auxiliaries who had walked downwind of plague fog were ordered to kneel in rows. Some obeyed with empty eyes. Some shouted that their masks had held. Some began reciting clan lineage, as though blood could argue with spores. Morvox walked the row. His bolt pistol spoke until the shouting ended. Victory followed him through ash and screaming, and every step of it stank of murder done correctly. Medusa no longer resembled a settlement. It resembled a question the Iron Hands had answered with walls. Black quarantine barriers divided the surviving districts from the condemned. They rose where streets had been, where clan markets had stood, where recruitment yards had accepted boys into trial, where shrines of cog and bone had watched generations pass beneath smokestacks. The walls were thick, inward-facing, crowned with flamers, storm bolters, and sealed augur shrines. Warning runes burned across them in red. Behind them, entire bloodlines remained locked inside because their exposure probability exceeded acceptable thresholds. Morvox stood before the western barrier as the gates sealed for the last time. On the far side, men hammered on the metal. They were Medusan, hard men, scarred men, men with metal jaws, piston limbs, grafted eyes, and clan brands cut into flesh. Some had fought the poxwalkers in the streets. Some had carried ammunition to Iron Hands squads. Some had watched their own kin burned and still obeyed evacuation commands until the red geometry of exposure had closed around them. Now they beat their fists against the wall and demanded recognition. Clan Bren is clean. We held the refinery road. My sons are on your side of the wall. Open, open, open. The first scream came from deeper within the sealed district. It began human. It became wet. Others answered. A bell sounded somewhere, though no bell remained intact. The hammering at the gate became frantic. Morvox watched the vibration data move across the barrier surface. A mortal officer beside him spoke without looking up. Some may remain uninfected for days. Yes, Morvox said. They will die with the others. Yes. The officer's steel jaw clicked once. Then the wall is a grave. The wall is a weapon. The officer said nothing more. Behind the barrier, the screaming multiplied. The Iron Hands did not open the gates. At the Gorgon's forge, the saved vaults were sealed like sins. Stronos walked through the outer breach beneath a rain of ash and black snow. The air was thick with cooked plague matter, promethium exhaust, hot metal, and the bitter sting of radwash. The forge stood. Its shield towers still drew lightning. Its macro guns still tracked the horizon. Its deepest relic chambers remained under Iron Hand's control. The price was carved into every surface. The breach had been closed with adamantium plates the size of fortress doors, layered over one another, and inscribed with warding formulae by tech marines, whose hands shook from augmetic nerve plague. Hexagrammic wards burned over the seals in cold blue lines. Rad fields shimmered in the air beyond, turning dust into sparks. Kill servitors stood in ranks before the sealed vault approaches, their weapons loaded, their command loops simplified beyond interpretation. Shoot anything that moves. Continue for 1,000 years. Several vault levels would never reopen. Not for need, not for reverence, not for curiosity. Whatever relic engines lay within them, whatever sacred machines, whatever war gifts from the dead past, they were now part of the quarantine. To recover them risked corruption. To cleanse them risked arrogance. To mourn them risked softness. Stronos watched a Harmech tech marine finish welding a final seal across a vault hatch. The tech marine's right arm had been removed at the shoulder. A crude replacement had been bolted directly into the socket, ugly, under-responsive, but clean. The severed original lay in an incineration tray, still twitching. Its fingers tapped against the metal, not random motion, code. The tech marine looked down. Plague cant persists after removal. The severed hand tapped again. A wet clicking issued from the exposed nerve plugs. Stronos listened for 3 seconds. Translate. The Tech Marine's mechadendrites lowered. Fragments only. Praise inversion. Coordinates corrupted. Repetition of the word bloom. Incinerate. The tray descended into a furnace. The hand burned, fingers still tapping until the metal softened and the flesh blackened to nothing. The discovery spread through Clan Dorvok and beyond within the hour. Infected bionics could continue transmitting after removal. Some did so through contact with Vox relays, some through residual charge, some through motion alone, tapping plague code on floor plates, armor racks, operating slabs, even the inside of disposal caskets. The solution was immediate. Mass amputation began across the quarantined aid stations. Iron hands sat upright on surgical thrones while tech marines and servitors cut away suspect limbs, optics, jaw plates, spinal braces, implanted weapon interfaces, and neural sockets. No pleas came from the Astartes. Only damage reports, compliance affirmations, and occasional requests for execution if infection had passed too deep. Mortal auxiliaries were less controlled. They screamed as crude bionics were sawed from living bone. Some cursed the Iron Hands. Some begged for cleaner replacements. Some died when shock overcame bodies already weakened by plague exposure. Removed augmetics went into furnaces. Replacement iron was issued from trusted stock, older and simpler, with fewer nerve links, less elegance, less precision. Crude iron, clean iron. Men who had once worn beautiful clan forged limbs now received clumsy claws and brace struts. Their utility diminished, their survival improved. That made the choice complete. Stronos reviewed the casualty calculus inside a temporary command nave built beneath the damaged eye. The chamber still stank of sanctified plasma, burned plague matter, and sealed stone. Several council alcoves were empty. Others had been welded shut with their occupants within, because uncertainty had exceeded tolerance. No one spoke of them as entombed. They were denied vectors. That was the language of survival. The hololith showed Medusa as a corpse that still had a pulse. The invasion was repelled. The Death Guard ground lines were shattered. The purge dispersal engines were destroyed. The cleaved relay attempt was broken. The Gorgon's Forge stood. The Eye endured. Medusan survived in sections. Orbit was contested, but stabilizing. The Plague Fleet withdrew beyond immediate strike range, yet the red zones did not shrink. Medusan's condemned districts, the first quarantine basins south of the Felgarthi Steppe, the Spukari Rad Dead Circle, the black oil abyss beneath the fallen relay station, the forge breach vaults, the sealed underways of the Eye. Fault corridors collapsed over buried plague armor. Trenches filled with corpse matter that still moved when burned. Pits where flies gathered in numbers impossible for Medusa's climate. The Iron Hands had preserved their chapter planet. They had not preserved its purity. Typhus had forced them to wound themselves in order to survive. That was the shape of the insult. It was not defeat. It was contamination of certainty. A Vox officer transmitted a priority burst to Morvox's channel. The last confirmed Purge commander had been cornered beneath a sealed refugee hold in the lower manufactoria of Medusan. Morvox went himself. The hold had been built as an emergency pressure shelter beneath the old furnace district. Its doors were thick enough to resist bombardment and stupid enough to keep breathing things alive when breathing had become a liability. Thousands had been locked inside during the first wave, marked for later assessment. Their signals still flickered behind the seal. Weak, crowded, frantic. The Purge commander stood before the outer control shrine, one arm gone, armor split, helm cracked down the center. Dark toxin cylinders hung from his back, most empty, one still pressurized. Around him lay dead Iron Hand serfs, 2 broken kill servitors, and the butchered remains of his own escort. His black armor smoked from melter scoring. His chestplate rose and fell with damaged hydraulics rather than breath. Morvox entered through the smoke. The Purge commander turned. "No further!" the traitor rasped. Morvox fired. The first bolt round blew the commander's remaining shoulder open. The second struck his thigh and burst the leg apart at the knee. The traitor fell against the control shrine, leaving a streak of black blood and yellow fluid across the panel. Morvox advanced. The commander laughed, dry and empty. "Your city still makes noise," he said. Morvox raised his pistol toward the cracked helm. The Purge commander's severed limb twitched where it lay on the floor. Its dead fingers closed around a release stud connected by wire to the final toxin cylinder. Morvox fired too late. The cylinder discharged into the refugee hold ventilation system. Behind the sealed doors, the first screams began. Morvox crossed the distance in 3 strides and crushed the commander's helm beneath his boot. The skull inside collapsed with a brittle crunch. Black blood welled through the cracks. The body spasmed once and became still. The screaming behind the doors grew. Thousands of fists hammered from the inside. The hold's pressure gauges spiked as bodies pressed toward exits that would not open. Voices flooded the local vox, prayers, curses, clan names, pleas for filtration, pleas for death. Morvox checked the toxin readouts. Spread complete, exposure total, conversion risk severe, breach risk unacceptable. He ordered Prometheum brought. A mortal engineer stared at him through a cracked visor. "They are alive." Morvox looked at the sealed door. It shook under the blows of men dying on the other side. For the moment, the engineer stepped back. Morvox took the ignition control himself. Prometheum flooded the outer vents, then the inner ducts. Flame entered the hold as a cleansing pressure wave. The screams changed. Men hammered on the inside of the doors until their hands burned. Some bodies struck the metal hard enough to dent it outward. Smoke forced its way through seal seams in black threads. The vox dissolved into static, coughing, and then nothing. Morvox held the ignition until the temperature killed all movement. When he released the control, his new lung clicked twice inside his chest. His remaining flesh hurt. He recorded the sensation and did not trust it. Above Medusa, the plague fleet crossed the edge of reliable auger range. It did not vanish. It receded into storm, corpse fog, and the polluted darkness beyond the system's wounded veil. Iron Hand's vessels pursued far enough to confirm withdrawal, and no farther. To chase beyond containment range would leave Medusa's wounds unguarded. Logic chained vengeance to the planet and made it useful. The final Vox transmission came through every open channel at once. Bells, coughing, wet laughter, wings. Then Typhus spoke. "You have proven strong. Good. Strong things rot longer." The message ended. No one in the command nave answered it. Stronos ordered the channel burned from the system. Tech Marines severed the relays that had carried it. Servitors removed memory cores and fed them into furnaces. The words remained regardless. Not in machine storage, but in the unsanctioned places warriors pretended they had excised. Far below, beneath the first quarantine zone, in a sealed basin where infected stone cooled under layers of ash, a dead Iron Hand's dreadnought sarcophagus lay half buried in black slag. Its heraldry had burned away. Its limbs were gone. Its reactor was cold. The warrior within had been listed as destroyed, contaminated, and unrecoverable. For 7 hours it did not move. Then something inside the sarcophagus twitched. A vox grill, clogged with dried amniotic fluid and plague soot, clicked once, then again, then again. A voice began counting in the dark. 1, static. 2, a pause like breath moving through a grave. 3. Behind the sealed quarantine walls, unseen things shifted and listened. The voice reached 7 and began again. The plague fleet left the Sthenelus system in pieces. It did not flee cleanly. Nothing touched by the Death Guard did anything cleanly. Their cruisers withdrew through veils of corpse fog and dying engine light, trailing infected atmosphere, frozen blood, spores, broken launch bays, and the wreckage of ships that had already been dead before Medusa's guns finished killing them. Some vessels burned from prow to stern and still translated under power, their reactor wakes coughing green light into the void. Others drifted crippled behind the main withdrawal, disgorging clouds of flies and corpse debris to confuse pursuit. One plague frigate, its hull split open by an Iron Hand's lance, rotated slowly in the dark, while its vox continued to broadcast bells, laughter, and a wet hymn to rot, until a loyalist strike cruiser cut it in half. The Iron Hands pursued. They did not pursue far. Logic denied vengeance its appetite. Strike cruisers and system defense monitors advanced beyond Medusa's high orbit in disciplined formation, firing until the last confirmed plague mass crossed the outer engagement threshold. Lance beams struck at retreating shadows. Macro shells burst against hulls, whose armor sloughed away in diseased sheets. Boarding torpedoes were not launched. No commander proposed glorious retaliation into the deep void. Every Iron Hand's captain understood the same calculation. Medusa remained wounded. Quarantine required guns. Containment required ships. Rage could be spent later if it survived its own examination. Cardan Stronos watched the final confirmed enemy displacement from the command nave beneath the eye of Medusa. The hololithic projection showed the plague fleet receding into interference, then into uncertainty, then into absence. Absence was not safety. Absence was merely the state in which threat could no longer be efficiently targeted. The distinction mattered. Stronos recorded it. Around him, the Iron Council reconvened inside a chamber that no longer pretended to be whole. Several seats stood empty. Several dreadnought alcoves were dark, their occupants destroyed, sealed, or too corrupted to permit communication. Black quarantine bulkheads cut across portions of the council ring where once there had been open processional ways and machine altars. Those sealed sections would never reopen. Behind them lay burned corridors, dead servitors, sarcophagus fragments, plague ash, collapsed shrines, and the remains of Iron Fathers, whose names had already been transferred to cold storage and stripped of biological sentiment. The walls still bore stains from the destroyer hive's passage. Some were black, some were red. Some resisted chemical analysis and were therefore scheduled for removal by melter cutting. Servo skulls drifted through the chamber with sensor burners and rad samplers, searching for corruption that might have survived fire, plasma, denial, and hate. Cybermastiffs prowled the threshold with exposed teeth of polished steel. Kill servitors stood facing inward as much as outward. No space inside the eye trusted itself anymore. Stronos stood beneath the broken Iron Hand sigil at the center of the council. His armor had been patched rather than repaired. One pauldron remained scored by Typhus's Man-Reaper. His chest plate bore fresh weld lines. The bionics beneath his left side clicked with damage that had not yet been made irrelevant. Blood moved slowly behind his teeth, and each breath through his secondary filters tasted of metal, antiseptic, smoke, and the faint memory of plague. He did not sit. The council waited. Dreadnought sarcophagi hummed. Tech marines fed data into the noosphere. Clan icons burned above the hololith. Dorvok, Harmek, Garsak, Raukan, Kargul, Sorgol, Vurgan, Averni, Moragul, Borgos. 10 clan traditions, 10 iron violences, 10 cold prides forced into one surviving machine. Stronos spoke. The invasion is repelled. No cheer answered. No weapon struck the floor. No oath rose from mortal throats. No hymn of victory shivered through the chamber. The Iron Hands recorded victory as a fact. Facts did not require celebration. They required verification, consequence, and further action. The hololith shifted. Medusa rotated above the council pit, black and wounded beneath a sky still streaked with ash and corpse-green storm residue. Red zones marked the places where victory had failed to cleanse what it had saved. Each zone received a name. Naming was not mourning. Naming was containment. Medusan's dead districts became Quarantine Zone Primus, though the surviving clans would whisper of them as the silent wards. Their streets were sealed behind black walls, their habs full of bodies, crawling things, and families whose final transmissions had been reduced to archived static. No rescue would enter, no grave rites would be performed. Every gate faced inward. Spukari's Rad Phage Basin became the Thol exclusion, a dead circle of upward snow, burned machine skeletons, and ancient ruins poisoned beyond approach. Nothing living was to cross its perimeter. Nothing mechanical was to be recovered unless ordered by Triple Council authority and followed by immediate incineration if corruption probability exceeded tolerance. Odramec Thol's name was attached to the exclusion not as honour, but as function. He had made the wound. He had sealed the greater wound beneath it. The forge breach was named the Sepulchre of Iron. Beneath its adamantium seals lay vault levels never to be opened, relic engines never to be touched, and kill servitors ordered to shoot anything that moved for 1,000 years. The sealed vaults still transmitted occasional impact sounds from within. The tech marines of Clan Harmek classified them as structural settling until proven otherwise. No one believed the classification. It remained useful. The collapsed Telstarax relay became the black oil chasm. Sensor echoes from its depths returned nothing coherent, only temperature spikes, rad glare, and once, briefly, the sound of pages turning under liquid. Morvox's kill report stated that the Grave Harbinger had fallen into the abyss. It did not state death confirmation. The Iron Hands respected uncertainty enough to aim guns at it. The sealed underways beneath the eye received no poetic title. They were marked simply as denied. That was worse. Whole passages of the chapter's own fortress were now treated as enemy territory. Bulkheads carried kill orders. Flame traps cycled at irregular intervals. Machine altars that had once held rights of command were reduced to slag. The sons of Manus had buried part of their sacred heart and called the act necessary. The map completed itself in red, black, and cold white. Stronos looked upon it and understood the true shape of the raid. The Death Guard had not conquered Medusa. They had compelled Medusa to close around infection. They had forced the Iron Hands to draw borders inside their own flesh. Every quarantine wall was a scar. Every sealed vault was an accusation. Every forbidden corridor beneath the eye whispered that iron could be contaminated, that discipline could be made defensive, that purity could become fear if watched from the correct angle. He let the understanding exist. He did not allow it command. Quarantine designations are permanent until revoked by unanimous Iron Council authority, Stronos said. No clan exemption. No relic recovery by claim of heritage, no mortal petition, no private purity rights, no unauthorized entry. Any breach is enemy action. The council accepted. Far below the eye, at the border of Quarantine Zone Primus, Morvox received his own sentence. He stood before a black wall under a sun hidden behind ash until it appeared as a dark disk in a diseased sky. His armor had been repaired where possible and replaced where necessary. More of his face was now machine than meat. One side of his jaw moved with a subtle hydraulic delay. His new lung clicked beneath ceramite with steady indifference. His thigh augmetic had been cut out after the black oil chasm and replaced with a heavier, cruder limb that lacked refined sensory feedback. It was less elegant. It was less vulnerable. It obeyed. Before him stretched the quarantine border. Behind the wall lay the dead districts of Medusa. Sometimes the wall shuddered. Sometimes Vox pickups caught the scraping of nails, metal fingers, or something heavier moving along the inside. Sometimes voices spoke from behind it, using clan names recorded among the dead. Those transmissions were not answered. Varric Dorvok's order reached him through the clan net. Permanent quarantine watch. Morvox acknowledged. He would command the wall guns, the kill servitors, the patrol routes, the burn pits, the listening shrines, the radlocks, the execution squads, the auger drones, the mortal labor cohorts permitted to approach and never touch, and the young aspirants assigned to learn what survival cost. He would stand guard not over a victory, but over the proof that victory could be infected. A mortal worker approached with a sealed slate, escorted by 2 gun servitors. He had crude new augmetics bolted to both arms, the old ones cut away after plague code had been detected in the fingers. His face was pale beneath ash burns. "Veteran Sergeant," the man said. "Replacement wall plates have arrived from the Eastern Manufactoria. We lack sufficient hands to mount them before the next storm cycle. Use the aspirants. They are children. They are Medusan." The worker swallowed, then bowed. Compliance. Morvox watched the man leave and felt the faint irritation of his remaining flesh where the new jaw met bone. He catalogued the sensation. Even iron could be made afraid of infection. That was the Death Guard's insult. Not that flesh died. Flesh always died. Not that metal rusted. All material forms degraded under sufficient time and violence. The insult was that the Iron Hands had found themselves watching their own augmetics, doubting sealed systems, burning trusted limbs, melting banners rather than preserving them, and aiming weapons inward at walls they had built with their own hands. He hated Typhus for that. The hatred steadied him. The rebuilding began before the last plague fires gutted out. Surviving clans were stripped for recruits with renewed severity. Boys orphaned by quarantine orders were taken from ash shelters, corpse sorting lines, and burned settlement roads. Some had watched Iron Hands seal their fathers behind walls. Some had carried water to warriors who later executed their exposed kin. Some had clawed through ruins until servitors dragged them into selection pens. They were examined by apothecaries, measured by tech marines, frozen, starved, bled, and told that grief was material to be refined or discarded. They were told this was strength. At the Uranus rocks, new aspirants climbed with hands wrapped in wire and wounds still fresh from Medusa's fall. They climbed beneath a sky scarred by retreating plague trails. Several slipped. One screamed for his dead clan as he fell. The others did not look down. Above them, an Iron Hands neophyte master recorded the failure and adjusted the trial difficulty upward. Medusa had been wounded. Therefore, Medusa would demand harder suns. In the forge, infected banners were brought to the melting vaults. They were not preserved in reliquaries. They were not hung in halls of sorrow. Battle honours tainted by plague contact went into furnaces. Cloth, metal, bone charms, purity seals, oath strips, and clan standards burned together. Some screamed as they melted. Some released flies. One banner of Clan Harmech bent in the heat and formed the shape of a hand reaching outward, before becoming slag. The Tech Marines recorded the event and increased the furnace temperature. Names of the dead were stored in cold data vaults. Not all names. The weak were not mourned. The contaminated were marked. The useful were remembered. Iron fathers who had bought seconds with reactor overloads. Tank crews who had cooked alive rather than disconnect. Mortal auxiliaries whose deaths had mapped minefields and plague winds. Servitors whose last functions had loaded guns after their flesh dissolved. Aspirants who had died standing at attention while flies hatched from their spines. Their records were sealed in black archives beneath the eye, stripped of tenderness, preserved as utility. A final rite was held without congregation. Stronos stood before the melted remains of plague-touched iron. Morvok stood among the quarantine watch. Varric Dorvok stood beside the command cradle of the Anvil of Karl, which now bore corrosion scars that would never be polished away. The Iron Council observed through damaged noospheric links. No priest offered comfort. No choir sang. A Tech Marine spoke a Binharic formula of denial, purification, memory, and function. The slag was poured into molds for ammunition casings. The dead would be fired at the next enemy. That was remembrance. Far beyond Medusa, in the diseased dark between war zones, Typhus stood aboard his plague ship and watched the system shrink behind him. The Terminus Est breathed around him, or something like breathing. Its halls were full of fresh wounded, fresh dead, and fresh growth. Plague Marines returned from Medusa bearing burns, cracked armor, missing limbs, melted helms, and relic fragments that crawled when no one watched. Some warbands had been shattered. Some demon engines were gone forever, dragged into Medusan magma or crushed beneath loyalist guns. The Purge had lost engines and commanders. The Cleaved had fallen into shadow and rad fire, though whether such beings could be called lost was a question for quieter horrors. The First Plague Company had paid in warriors, ships, and sacred contagions. Typhus considered the price acceptable. Medusa had not been conquered. It did not need to be. He had made the Iron Hands prove that their homeworld could be diseased. He had made them quarantine memory. He had made them burn hospitals, seal vaults, amputate trusted limbs, execute exposed servants, and bury parts of their own fortress behind permanent walls. He had made their strength turn inward, as all strength eventually did when rot found the seam. A tallyman near him scratched marks into a strip of cured skin. Losses recorded, Lord. Deaths counted. Seeds uncounted. Typhus looked toward the fading black point where Medusa hid behind distance and storm. Seeds do not require witnesses, he said. The destroyer hive crawled over his armor, into the cracked places left by Stronos, Odramek, Flame, Plasma, and Iron resistance. The wounds in his plate would be repaired or allowed to fester according to usefulness. His broken horn remained broken. It pleased him. A mark of a hard world. A world that had not begged. A world that would rot slowly. He smiled. Strong things rot longer. On Medusa, the quarantine wall stood beneath the black sun. Ash moved over it in long grey sheets. Gun servitors tracked motion that might have been wind. Volkite coils hummed in charging cradles. Auspex cherubs circled above the barrier, their dead faces lit by green scanning beams. Beyond the wall, in the sealed dark of Medusan's dead districts, something enormous dragged rusted claws through the ruins. The sound was slow, metal on stone, iron on bone, a weight too large for any mortal survivor. Morvox stood outside the gate with a loaded Volkite weapon in his hands. Aspirants waited behind him in silence, thin and scarred, their faces turned toward the wall. Mortal labourers stood farther back, forbidden to speak. Black-armoured iron hands lined the parapets above, weapons aimed inward at their own city. The thing behind the wall dragged its claws again. A Vox speaker crackled. For a moment, there was only static. Then a voice emerged, deep, broken, and wet, counting softly. 1, 2, 3. Morvox raised the Volkite weapon and aimed at the gate. The aspirants watched him. They would remember this more clearly than any lesson. The flesh failed, Morvox said. The iron endured. The war is not concluded. Behind the wall, something laughed in cycles of 7,